Does he have it?
Medeiros is going to get it.
He haven't got it!
He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's come back into play. Exactly, Miller's still such up. He's not a second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's gonna do it! Big Barry! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of all ages, we have finished the 2024 season. They reached out and said, James, you've done so wonderful with the crew this year. Can you come back and do the 2025? After much deliberation and with a conversation with a bug in my ear hole that literally spends most of his time chatting to me, we decided, yes, we would return. We have returned with the 2025 VWSC season. I am JB. I'm going to be joined in the booth by Mr. Jim Cunningham. The bug in my ear, of course, as always, is Mr. Paul Glover, the man that doesn't stop talking even when we wish he would want to. And then, well, we have got 2.5 hours of Daytona. Let's bring you up the calendar for this year. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on the screen, we're starting here at Daytona. We're heading off after that on the 22nd of February for 100 minutes of Qatar, 120 minutes of Sebring, or 2 hours, depending on where you're from, on the 22nd of March, and 90 minutes of Imola on the 5th of April. Then we head for Spa, where we tackle 90 minutes. Of course, what would the calendar be without the 4.8 hours of Le Mans on the 7th of June? Yes, you heard us correctly, 4.8 hours. 60 laps of the Glen on the 21st. Then we're going to Sao Paulo for Interlagos, favourite circuit of all time, on the 19th of July. Then we go to 90 minutes of Kota on the 30th of August, 100 laps of Indy, 90 minutes of Fuji, and then 100 laps of Road Atlanta. Yes, you heard me correctly. 100 laps of Road Atlanta, and then we finish off with 2 hours of Bahrain on the 15th of November. It is unbelievable. The track itself, well, it's Daytona. 3.56 miles, 5.73 kilometers. International Horseshoe at turns 3. The Western Horseshoe at 5. The NASCAR bends at 7 and 12. And the newly renamed, that is not on the track map, but we'll call it anyway, is the new Le Mans chicane. Yes, it is the new layout with the new curbs and everything that comes with it, all shiny and new, apart from the name, of course, on that track map. Let's go over to the challenges here today. Well, as per normal, keys to the race, beware of turn 1 and look out for the rain. Oh, rain. Fight the multi-class madness and limit time on pit road. It is a long pit road and it does take you absolutely ages to get out of it, as I found out the other day. Right. Up next is the challenges. Let's start off with the Hypercar challenges. There you go, strategy corner for the hypercars. Tyres, medium hards, fuel, one limit, 40 to 50 minutes, 2 to 4 stops. Cars to beat. Now, we put TBD there partly because we don't actually know. Okay, it's the opening round of the season, so that will change as the season goes on. But until we know what is going to go where, what's going to get BOP'd, what's going to get done, we ain't really got a clue for the cars to beat. But I can tell you on NARS, well, we had all cars. It was absolutely amazing. You should go back and watch that out. For the GTs, let's start it off here for their strategies. Medium tyres only, 50 to 65 minutes per stop. So they're going to make 2 stops. And again, the cars to beat are to be determined because, as we said, we don't know what's going to be good and what's going to be bad. But trust me, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to enjoy this one because I'm going to enjoy this one. Everybody's going to enjoy this one. And by the time you get to the end of this one, you're filled with enjoyment. There we go. So that's everything we need to know for today. Let's bring my partner in crime, the one, the only, the Mr. Man himself, Mr. Jim Cunningham, who's going to come into the booth with me. Jim, welcome in.
I'm filled with enjoyment to be here. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be exciting. We just, of course, recently had the 24 hours of Daytona. I'm all jacked up on Daytona everything, and this is going to be great.
Yeah,
looking forward to it.
No, I agree with you. I think this is going to be something of a bit of an interesting concept of how this is going to work. VWSC was even more interesting on Thursday, partly because Matt went and sat in a cupboard for a week and come out with the idea of running LMP2s. So we had a bit of that, the whole sort of concept going with it, with the LMP2s, the hypercars and the GTs. We don't have the hypercars here. We just, and the LMP2, sorry. We just got the hypercar AM, LMGT3 and LMGT3 AM. That's going to be an interesting thing to look out for. I think when it comes to a race like this, Jim, one of the biggest things is traffic management, and traffic management.
Oh, absolutely. Here at Daytona, especially, it's the infield is tight, and there's a lot of cars on the track. So, yeah, I think traffic management is the key.
Absolutely. We've got my favorite man of the hour to talk to, who I love chatting to every single season at the beginning of every single race. It's, of course, Mr. Russ Smith. Russ, welcome in. If I give you a round of applause, I would, but yay, go Russ. Welcome in, bud.
Thank you, James. Welcome, everybody. Really appreciate being here. I'm not running in the Modern Series this year, so I'll be spending some time with you lovely chaps here in the booth. So it's a great pleasure. I look forward to the race. If the NARS race on Thursday is anything to go by, today is going to be extraordinary.
Of course it was. Now, we had great fun Thursday. Me and you up in the booth, and we had Alex alongside us, and Matt jumped in as well. We had a right little collective going on, and we talked about a lot of things. But, of course, for the viewers that aren't night owls in the UK that stayed up till, I think it was like 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock by the time I rolled into bed, of course, we're going to have to repeat that conversation. Russ, what have we got going on this season? What are we looking forward to in VWSC 2025?
Well, the format layout is very similar to what we saw last year in 24. So we've got, as you mentioned, the hypercar category in the top end, split in 2 driver classes, the pros and then the AMs, and the same thing for the GTs. We've got the pros and AMs down there. One major change was basically how we did the licensing to determine which class we went into. There's a little bit of confusion around it last year, and so this is a lot of CMS server side that we look at in determining who would get it. But now it's set up very much like the actual WEC+MEC licensing system. So you have platinum drivers, gold, silver, copper, bronze, and then copper. So the way that our admins within CMS can do is they can look at that entire stratification sheet and use that to determine which drivers go into which class for their own series. So when we go into the historic series for VWSC, we're going to have all the same category of car. They're going to be using the Group C, C1 category. and then we're going to have 3 driver classes: Pro, Pro-Am, and then Am. And so depending on whatever their classification is, their driver rating, that will determine which driver class they go into for that series. So a little bit of a change up, not much change. I mean, you're still going to see a lot of the same people at the top and the bottom of the fields duking it out. So that's not really any different, but it clears up some things in the back end. So that's the biggest change in terms of the series setup. And then the biggest change as far as the cars go for this year is there are no more Studio 397 cars. These are all Storm Gang Simulation originals. Every single one of them stripped down to the studs and rebuilt using some of the tire mechanics from last year with a little bit of the tweaking to it. And they are wonderful. I got to drive them during the test racing. And even though I had no practice, I literally just jumped in so that way we could help feed some data into the sheets. You know, I grabbed a BMW M4 Evo, this is the only sim, the only representation of that car in simulation anywhere in the world right now. So you're very welcome for that. So it felt great. It felt so wonderful. The cars feel much more balanced as to where they should be. Last year, the reason for that was because we were working with Studio 397 content, which we had to make those cars quite heavy in order to make things competitive. So they just didn't quite feel like they should. They weren't as spry and lively. And this year it's totally changed. They definitely feel so much better. Every car feels so much more on level with one another. They have their quirks, their pros, their cons. So it's wonderful fun. You can jump in any one of these cars and just have a blast driving them. And it's the same thing with the hypercars. We did a lot of adjustments there, made a lot of tweaks, brought a lot of them into parity. So you're not going to see a lot of drivers just sticking to, you know, one specific car model throughout the year, like you saw kind of at the end of last year, where they felt that, hey, this car feels a lot more compliant to drive. And so there were a few diving up, we'll just say like into the 963, the Porsche. But it's definitely a lot more split, and you can see that in the way that the car selection has become this year. There's a lot more use of the Cadillac, which is really strong in the straights. The 963 is still a great car, still very compliant through the corners. The top end struggles just a tiny bit by comparison, but certainly it is no slouch. And then you see some of the others that haven't been able to be used before, like the GRO 10 Evo, which is completely brand new for this year. Got to bring that in for my good friend Benjamin Sportier-Heath. He's enjoying that car a lot, as you can see him very high up on the AMs. And the 9X8 Evo is also completely brand new, which I'm sure you're going to have a few comments on about the wonderful new wing for that. But that's those are the big changes for this year. So we're really excited. This is going to be a great race. We've got a huge crowd, and just counting down now.
I'm not going to comment on a 968 because I feel I was commented out on Thursday because I made quite a lot of comments on the 9X8, and that's due to the fact that you know, I hate the fact that what they've done to it. They've taken away that lovely rear wing out the back and then stuck a meaty thing on it to please people. But you know, I think that's one of the things that we get to enjoy here. We've got such a mixture of cars in this season, you know, for the hypercars especially: Acura, Alpine, Aston Martin, Valkyrie, BMW, Cadillac, Ferrari, Lambo, Peugeot, Porsche, Toyota. They're all there. You know, why did we go so many? Did we want to bring them all in, or did we want to sit back and give everybody a choice? You know, we could have just got 4 and gone, there you go. Why the decision to bring everything in as much as possible?
So it's a great question. George Angelides, who is our series admin for VWSC, is a devout sports car enthusiast. He actually is an engineer, and in fact, he's the lead strategist for HRC. So that's the Acura team that's running in IMSA right now for the top tier. And he wants to bring the most accurate representation of sports car, the spirit of what sports car racing is at the top level, into sim racing. So in order to do that, you have to have all the cars that are represented. And specifically for this year, going into 2025, we have every single car that is going to be there in its true form, in exactly the way that it looks, all the shapes. You look at that BMW M4 Evo, it has those updated headlights on it. You have the GRO 10 Evo. This is one of the few sims that has that, and the 9X8. I think LMU is the only other one that has an accurate representation of it. But this is the only place where you can get all of those cars balanced together in one spot. Now, obviously, the GR010, some of the other LMH spec cars are not running in IMSA, are not running at Daytona, but we feel that this is the purest embodiment of what those cars would be able to do. You know, they have convergence in IMSA and WEC. This is what it would look like if those cars actually were allowed to race here like this.
Right. Okay. Now that's the hypercars all sorted out. We now move in to the wonderful world of the GT3s. Again, we're in that same boat. We brought kind of every manufacturer that we can think of. We decided that, you know, not to set yourselves enough of a challenge putting the series together. You might as well make all the cars as well. Aston Martin's Vantage, BMW M4, Chevrolet Corvette Z06, Ferraris are in there, Mustangs, Hurricanes, Lexus, McLaren, Mercedes, Porsche. Again, we're giving that selection, aren't we? We're not taking them to the supermarket and giving them one loaf of bread. We've decided that at the end of the day, we're going to give them 10 to choose from instead.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. I mean, and it's great to see that the classes, that the categories are split relatively evenly, that drivers are enjoying those cars because they really are a ton of fun to drive. They have great aids on them, which you're going to see throughout the race. They have ABS and traction control, which makes them an absolute menace going into braking zones because they can stop so much faster than the hypercars going in there. So, I mean, look out for incidents as folks try and figure out where they can actually have their turn-in points and their braking points. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And there's a lot of credit due to all the people who've been working on these things to make them so balanced. The entire Storm Gang simulation team, all the testing, like lead tester Jerry Chen, he's been putting in enormous hours and data and getting things coordinated and feeding that back to George to balance things out. To Scar Pope, who's done quite a few liveries, and he's retuned the sound engine, which I know people are really going to enjoy. They're already talking about it as they're driving the cars. We're going to be able to hear it as we go through and watch some of the warm-up, and then obviously going into the race. And so many others, you know, Ben Borman and Don Fryman, they put the work in for this track for Daytona. This is the first place ever in anywhere that you can get this version of Daytona with the newly reformed Le Mans chicane, where it actually kinks out and has the curbs. I mean, they've spent a ton of time trying to make that accurate. And a big thanks to James Mabes, Virtua Tracks, because this is his version, which we have tweaked that from. So obviously he's done a lot of groundwork that we're able to modify this amazing track for. But yeah, I mean, there's a huge list. I'm going to make sure that I bring a few more of those guys up throughout the broadcast because they really do need a nod and credit to it. This has been a huge undertaking, and the proof is in the pudding. The results are going to be fantastic. And so far, I have not heard really any complaints from anybody where it's like, oh, this car is too loud or anything. All of it has been nothing but beaming smiles. So we're very excited about that. We're obviously going to be doing balance of performance updates throughout the season to make sure that, you know, any kind of fringe performance things that we see can be brought in or brought up, however they need to be adjusted. So that way we can have the purest, most balanced mod possible.
I agree with you. I think that this season is going to be one of them seasons with everything in there that we're going to sit back and just think, wow. You know, it's great to see that a few people have gone up a level at the same time. Matthew Bice, Trash Panda Racing, Ross jumped into a hypercar from I think it was in a Lamborghini, if I'm not mistaken. It was like a Bice family outing, wasn't it, on the racetrack? But he's gone up into the Toyota, and if you're ever going to set yourself a challenge from a GT3 to a hypercar, you know, we had it on Thursday as well with a young man that's gone up, and why I rack my brain, I cannot physically think of his name. But for the likes of Matt, who's gone up into the hypercar as well, what challenges are they going to face from going from the GT3s to the hypercars?
Well, obviously, it's a lot different. It's a big change in equipment and performance, especially getting used to the way that the car is able to accelerate and jump through. I think the biggest challenge, particularly here at Daytona, is the closing rates and being able to make a snap decision on where you need to be heading into a segment or just making a simple pass, because it's It's very helpful to know where GT3 cars are going to be, where they should be, and certainly that experience running in that category in the previous years is going to help them. It's going to let them know, like, hey, I know where this car is going to be strong stopping. I don't think I can make that inside pass, or oh, I'm going to hold back and get him out of this corner. So they're going to have that knowledge base, which I honestly believe that a lot of drivers should have. There's some inside joking about, oh, like the furniture class, whatever, dentists that are running in GTs. But honestly, yeah.
They really should. Twos, wasn't it?
Yeah, an even bigger meme on the circuit. But they should. I mean, they should really experience that, because it really gives you a lot of insight into what those cars can and can't do, what they know that they need to be doing. So that gives them the tools to know, okay, I know where I should be driving this car. And, it's going to be a growing experience, but I think we're going to be pretty surprised to see where they're placing. Their pace is looking pretty good so far, and they're going to have a lot of competition. I think it's 35 cars in Hypercar right now. So, yeah, there's a lot out there.
There is. One of the things that we noticed with NARS on Thursday is the starting procedure has changed, and with NARS on Thursdays we were too wide. Have we brought that starting procedure into the Saturdays, into the VWSC, and are we going to stick going too wide, or have we not brought it in this one?
You're 100% correct, James. Yes, we are going to too wide. It's taken a lot of discussion behind the scenes as to whether we are going to be ready for it or not, because obviously these cars are quite a handful, and you certainly do not want to have your Monza memes turn one kind of incidents happening at every race, which is 100% the reason why historically we've done a single file. Your race starts at the start finish line instead of just a mass, like green flag, everybody goes rush into turn one. So yes, we are changing to 2x2, going all the way down the field. That's going to squeeze the field up. Obviously, it squeezes it front to back by half. So you have a lot higher density of cars. That's going to mean that there is a much higher chance of incident. We saw NARS did it okay, and certainly the procedure for your race starts when you cross the line versus you get a green flag and everybody goes. That's going to help things too. It's still compact though, so keep your eyes peeled. It's going to be exciting going into that orange zone.
Yeah, it definitely will be, and I think that's one of the things that this is going to bring to it. Now that we've got 34 hypercars, Ross, we've got 58 in the session, so we're going to have another 24 GTs. What do we reckon for today? If you could give any one of these drivers some advice, not that some of them may need it and some might need it, what would you say about this when you're coming into your first race? Because we've got some new drivers, and the first race they're going to do, we're going to chuck 58 cars at them. Well, 57 with them.
Yeah, patience pays. You just have to be absolutely patient. I mean, take your opportunities where you can, because roughly 2.5 hours is not a lot of time in a sprint race, it certainly would be a lot, but in endurance racing, it's not very much. That's kind of like if you were watching, as Jim said earlier, if you were watching the 24 hours, it got really, really good towards the end of the race with the last couple hours to go. So we are basically in that window, even though these drivers are running solo and they're going to be going through, and it's going to feel like a 24-hour race. You're going to have the full day-night cycle. So as you're going through, that mentality is there that it is an endurance race, and it should be treated like that, because it takes one corner to be thrown into oblivion, or to get wiped out and smack into a wall, or even just to heat your tires up so much that you are tripped up on your pace for a couple laps as you cool them down. And that fight that you are in, now you might be 10 seconds away from those drivers that you were duking it out with. And you just can't afford to do that here. You've got to be very precise. Mm-hmm. You have to take your time getting through traffic. Don't push things. Don't get damage unnecessarily to your car. As you saw with the Milner incident with Corvette and BMW at the Real 24. He was getting held up by a blue flag driver who was kind of playing that system a little bit to try and team orders that kind of situation. And he got impatient, and in doing so, he damaged his car. It made for a beautiful meme. Everybody's got snap pics of that Corvette and the middle finger, but he took second place in that race when that was a race-winning car. So it's a perfect example of keep your head and don't make any janky moves, because it's only going to hurt you in the end.
Yeah, I do fully agree with you. And if anybody, let's hope we get them further along the start-finish line than we did with the Mazdas the other day. I don't know if anybody's seen that for the real world Mazdas. It literally careered and crashed and went absolutely haywire, to be blatantly honest. Now let's pick up on some of the things in YouTube chat as well. Stacey, welcome in. Kim D's in there. Mr. Reese is back again. This is a mess. What is? I don't know what you're talking about on that one. David Anderson, thank you so much for joining us, and anybody else that is in there as well. Good early afternoon, evening on that one. That would be amazing. So there we go. We will have more from Ross as the session goes on. You can see we are waiting at the moment. I believe there could be some form of issue with the sessions. We are just waiting for that to develop. Warm-up has restarted again, so we will be up and running as soon as we can. So that's awesome. Let's bring Jim back in. He sat ever so patiently while me and Ross do the James and Ross chat order here today. Well, I'm sure we'll do that again before every other race as well. Jim's, we've got some great cars out here today. You know, there's some wonderful looking cars. The Toyota GR01 is out here, or GR010, or whatever you would like to call it. We've got the 9X8, the Valkyries being represented, the Cadillacs out there as well. There's even a Ferrari on the racetrack. So we've got a bit of everything when it comes to the hypercars.
Well, first of all, Ross has got me so pumped up that I am going to sign up and start running some of these races, because I won't be broadcasting most of them. No, seriously. I've always been very intrigued by the vintage stuff that you guys have done, you know, and all these cars. I want to drive the Valkyrie, you know, and there's no other place to do that. I'm super pumped just to watch this myself as a fan, much less to be lucky enough to commentate, you know. And I definitely want to get out there and drive some of these cars that we don't have the opportunity to drive anywhere else.
Well, there you go, Ross. You're in with me for the season then, as we've just lost Jim.
I mean, I'll fill in when you need me.
Well, it's all right, Jim. I wouldn't want to become a second inconvenience for you. You know what I mean? Don't you worry about it.
But other than that, I'm gonna do some driving.
There you go. Right, we have got the grid ready. That's awesome. Let's bring you up the grid. It's going to be Dan Kirby on pole position, Dan Herlock alongside Cameron Barker will be sitting in third, and Troy Uyan in fourth place. Going into the fifth, it's Demir Karatko in fifth, Mike Bell in sixth, Magnus Dahlgren will be sitting in seventh, and of course Mr. John Uyan in eighth place. Behind that is Tom Lane in one of the Valkyries with Timon Suvic and Wout de Bruyne, and Robert Moling will be there. It's a row of Alpines on row 6. Row 7 will be the 9X8 row of Johnny Gutierrez and Michael Locke. Gotta love them. Then we've got a Cadillac in the Hypercar AMS of Guillem Benck and Benjamin Porteous Heath behind. Then we've got Ben Kesby, Alexander Schultz, Oliver Day, and Scar Pope. Another Valkyrie out on the racetrack. Ferrari there with Ben Kesby. Alexander Sirama in 21st in another 9X8 with Matt Bice behind him in 22nd. Vinicius Concaves in 24th place there. Gilles Lalonde goes into 25th. John Mayer in 26th. Eric Monet and George Andelidis round out 27 and 28. Mike Bice in 29th, Carl Strawhall in 30th. Then we got Tom Mountjoy and Philip Ducati in 31 and 32. So there we go. Moving on, Graham Duncombe in 33, Stuart Barge in 34. Then we go to Sean Kelly in 35. That's the last of the hypercars, 35 of them. And then Becky Ely Clark there in 36. Elko Busanic in 37. Bradley Sellers 38th. Micah Dern in 39th. And William Schlickling in 40th. That's in the GT3, sorry. David Jun in 41st, JT Tummy 42nd, Luciano Ricciardo in 43rd, Max Sunfenlap in 44th place. Alan Holden in 45th, of course. Craig Pullen in 46th, moving into the GT3 AMS. Then Ryan Paulbert Reyes in 47th. Stuart Miller in Stephen Miller in 48th. Brian Van Bergstrom in 49th. Adam Gray 50th. And Simon Pullen in 51st. And James Walker in 52nd place. Peter Meyer in 53rd. Alexander McQuarrie in 54th. Oliver Newman in 55th. And Norm Graff in 56. Vasilis Kataranakis in 57th, David Anderson in 58th, and Eugene Mazur in 59th place. I can sit back down now after reading through them. Ross, can I just talk about the fact that there's 59 cars on this wonderful racetrack?
You can. Typically, we'd cap the server at 55, but I think in the spirit of getting the most drivers in as possible, George has made an allowance to expand the field. So that's good to hear. Hopefully, the server is able to hold on to it. I mean, it should be able to, assuming that everyone has PCs that are going to be able to hold up. Then I think it's going to be great. It's going to be a little bit tight at the beginning, I'm sure, just because everyone's packed on top of each other. But once it spreads out, I think it'll be a lot smoother. So, yeah, it's going to be crowded out there for sure.
It definitely has at the moment. I've got to try and get back in there for some reason. After the server reset, it's just unfortunately closed itself for me. So give us 2 seconds, guys. Whatever has just gone on has unfortunately removed us. So there you go. Bummer, there was room for me, says Stacey out there. They did get all those cars. They did get all those cars in there. Yes. On that one. Yeah, I know. I couldn't get my words out there. Ross, a little bit complicated, wasn't it? What was going on there?
So what does Stacy drive? I'm not familiar with a lot of the drivers. What does she normally drive?
She was in a pink machine last time, I believe.
McLaren, yeah.
She McLaren, wasn't she? She was in a bright pink McLaren, if I remember correctly. So there you go. But let's see what goes on and when we get up and running here as well. Ross did take the decision out of your hands to not run the VWFC. You know, we normally love seeing you driving around.
And I love driving around, but after kind of going through last year and just the enormous amount of work that needs to be done with Storm Gang in order to get the mods released, updated, we still have a giant backlog. I just kind of looked at it going into this year and said, you know what? With as much as there needs to be done, I just need to step away, because all I'm going to do is be a hazard to people. I'm not going to have a good time. You know, there might be a couple times I'll have some good battles, but I'm like, you know, this isn't worth it. Let me give room to people who are going to be out there and really enjoying these things for this year on the moderns. And that will free me up. I can really invest, really tweak out a lot of the texture updates that are needed. There are a lot of interiors that still need to be completed on these cars and the historics, and get those done so people can really enjoy them to their fullest, and then get these cars out into the workshop. Same with the 1964s from last year. Just get them all completed, push them out of the workshop, so that way we can start getting that return on investment that we have from all the wonderful people who have contributed, who have invested in us either financially or through support by running the cars or by providing assets, you know, whatever they're able to give to us. And really give that back, so that way the entire community can really enjoy these everything that we've been able to produce. So that's the reason why, and I hope that once I get through all of that this year, that I'll be able to get back into the flow and kind of ease into all the different races and just really enjoy all the work that we've already put in.
Yeah, you know, you say it's quite interesting as well, because you reel it off as if it's nothing, but to others, you know, I've just sat there and gone, Jesus, you know, it seems like you've done a lot and everything else. And I was glad to help the other day, Ross, when I gave you the feedback on the X8 and the Ferrari. You know, the X8 was really good. The Ferrari wanted to kill me. So there you go. That was my input into that. And I hope you took that on board and took it on board and really moved forward with it. You know, I think that really helped.
Well, there's never been any criticism we haven't listened to, at least once. So, uh, so I'll say
Are you saying you've ignored my input, Ross Smith?
I will say that we have heard all of the input that has been given to us, and we've included it in our analysis.
You see this, chat? This is what I have to deal with. I go out of my way, I give great feedback, and it just gets thrown in the bin like a cheap pack of KFC. It was unbelievable on that one. You know what I mean? It's terrible, Mr. Smith. But listen, I think this is going to be a wonderful season, Ross. You know, I'll be looking forward to the changes as it goes on, the BOPs that get happen as well. I think that kind of sums up where we are in conjunction with we don't really know what's going to be strong and what's going to be not.
Well, that's true. I mean, there are certain hints as drivers are going out and turning laps. Certainly, as the cars were released and people were able to get onto the server initially, there were a lot of fast times, but it was updating so rapidly. In one instant, you'd have some people saying like, "Oh wow, the Cadillac, it looks really strong. You know, is it going to be OP?" And then suddenly there would be a Toyota that would beat it by 3 seconds. And then everyone would change their tune to that, and they'd be like, "Oh, you know, it's going." And then here comes the Porsche, and it's right with them. So it's one of those things where you're going to have a lot of people who are, they're looking around, they're looking what everyone else is doing, they're exploring the cars and finding different points where they can squeeze out tenths, maybe even whole seconds in their performance, just because it's like, oh wow, you know, I didn't do this with the third springs, I didn't even know I could do this, and now they're rapid. So it's all learning experience. We know that there are certain cars just from testing that might have a better showing here than other tracks over the season, and some of them might surprise us because, again, even though we've done probably just this last year alone over 10,000 hours in testing and development, there are still conditions that are out there during the race. Yeah. That we don't know, because when cars are sitting stuck in traffic or something, or people have driven them a certain way, they might see that cars have certain behaviors that they're able to exhibit or that they're able to overcome that might have been issues for some other drivers. And now all of a sudden it says, okay, we're seeing a different potential with, car X versus car Y. So without having that kind of battle-hardened information from the cars as they've been updated now, we can't say with 100% assurity that, like, yes, it is going to be kind of like this or not. There's just too much room for variability, which is why we continue to do that BOP process throughout the year.
Yeah, I think Stacey's got a question, well, a statement. Last year's Aston Martin GT3 Studio 397 car was way overpowered. This year's, it's just as fast. Do you agree that the Aston is a little bit too quick for its own good? I know we said earlier on, and I know we're early into the season, but can you sit back and look at cars already and go, yeah, we might have to correct that one?
I don't. I think it's too early to tell. Certainly, there are a lot of drivers who are taking the Aston Martin because it is a stable car. It's easy to work with, being that front engine design. It is still pretty balanced, but certainly at Daytona, it has a certain stability that's going to give it kind of a levity that makes it a strong candidate to be able to finish well. But I'm going to point you at the likes of Paul Ibbotson and Alan Holden from the last two races, or from the last race at NARS, where they were running the 992 and absolutely stomped the field. Those two in the GT3s. So they obviously had spent, I know just in the background, they'd spent a lot of time working on setup and getting things to a point where the car felt stable and strong over a run. And specifically at this track, they tuned it very, very nicely for the conditions here. So for them, they were able to overcome, and they obviously, as they were racing, they were able to avoid some of the traps and tribulations that other drivers had to help them along that way. But still, it shows you that where you have different types of testing and you look at the times and everything, when it comes to the actual race day, all bets are off. It could be anybody at any time.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the interesting thing. Stacey's come up with her opinion
I
as
agree
well.
with Stacy. I
Yeah,
agree with Stacy.
just put front engine cars suck, Ross.
Well, I mean, if they got a large air dam in the front, they can suck in a lot of air. You're right.
Okay. No, I tell you what. Look, I watched the roar practice that you guys did from last week to kind of bring myself up to speed on the new cars and everything, and it was quite impressive to see some of the cars leapfrog each other in time and stuff like that as these drivers figured out the physics of the car around this track. It was quite entertaining to watch.
Yeah. Yeah,
Not
100%.
not to mention the chatter that was going on. That was its own level of fun.
Yeah, yeah, and you guys, I mean, it's unfortunate that you can't hear a lot of the back and forth that's going on, probably even right now, either in the main group chat or in some of the other side channels that people have going on. But there there's a lot going on, and it certainly brings a lot of levity to it. There's you get some insight too. I'd have to say that there's stuff that I would hear that I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting, and I wish it that you could bring it into the box. Although some of the language, I know James would not appreciate that, but it's a lot of fun. It's tons of fun.
Hey, don't bring me into it. We keep it clean, don't we? That's we're a PG company, and we've been joined in the booth by our very own Mr. Alec King. Alec went out on Thursday. He didn't give me no kittens or puppies in the booth after Laguna of NARS last year, Mr. King, and you did it very, very well. How are you, sir?
Doing good, guys. Doing good. How are you today?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. You got any updates for us? What's going on at this moment in time?
Just looking like just some server issues here. Trying to get everybody into the server to run the race today. We're trying the different amounts. We were trying to get a couple more people into the race to try and get more, but looks like we're just having a little bit of server problems. The server is not crashing, but just kind of everybody is getting booted at some point in time. So just trying to get some of those things situated so we can throw a green flag for everybody today.
So we're not happy with 58. We wanted to go to 60.
I think 58 was our number, but I'm not sure if the server can handle 58. We're just kind of trying to see what we can do.
Okay, so there's going to be a couple of people that aren't going to get in for today then.
Potentially, I'm not sure yet. That is above my pay grade for call. That will come down to some of our chapter admins, but we'll see what kind of decisions that they make.
Yeah, I wonder that. Actually, that's a little bit of an insight for me there, Ross. How does that get made? Who do you sit back and go, well, sorry, son, you're in the server. We ain't got enough room. Get out.
Well, it's on the main chapter admin ultimately who'd make the call, but in general, we do have a sign up procedure which it basically goes down order like A through Z where drivers sit. And a lot of it comes down to basically when they signed up and what their level of commitment has been historically to the series, either, coming into the first race of the year, either what it was last year, or just within CMS as a whole. So if you've raced with us a lot, then you've got a much better chance. If you're on a team, you have a much better chance. If you've contributed with an entry credit where you've gotten your liveries and everything in, and you said like, I am committing to this year, then you are pretty much locked in. It's any of those kind of who are arrive and drive that are like, hey, what's going on today? And they show up. It's like, hey, you might not be making it in today's race. You got to actually show that you've been on the server, that you've spent time with the cars on the track, and you're not going to be a total nuisance or anything like that, or a hazard for everyone else. So there's a list of priorities that we have out there, and unfortunately I have to cut a few. It's probably going to be those who have popped in late here, although looking at the list, it seems like it's mostly people who've been running the series already, so that
Ross,
might be a tough call, unfortunately.
I feel called out by all of that. I mean,
Are you hopping in, Jim?
Well, I was talking about it in the future, but it seems like you were singling me out there in most of those descriptions.
No, I will say Daytona is particularly full. Every year we have the highest turnout at Daytona. It's a notable track. A lot of people, they're very familiar with it. It's not a complicated layout. I mean, you basically have two areas where you have to pay attention, which is going through the infield and then the bus stop, and that's kind of it. So outside of that, I don't want to discredit anything else because obviously, you know, Alec will tell you, well, there's still a lot of racing and stuff happening when you're on the high banks, but in terms of just knowing how to run a lap, you know, it's not like going to Bathurst or something where it's like, you know, I've got 20 plus corners and, you know, you screw up one and, you know, you're dead. You know, here there's more runoff, there's more forgiving areas where if you make a mistake, you can kind of recover from it. But yeah, it's the start of the season, so everyone's going to be very excited to get in, grab as many points. It's 2.4 hours, so it's double
these
points.
These new cars
Exactly.
are so that, you know, I mean, I am so fired up to go drive one of these new cars right now. Yeah, I'm sure people were really looking forward to this.
Yeah, well, come out. I mean,
I
feel
will,
free to
I'm sure.
join Thursday or you know, for NARS. We've got the same cars with the LMP2s as well. Alec loves those. He brought them in for that series, so just to make it more interesting, it's like an IMSA style kind of format.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a bit of a brainchild. You know, Matt was there as well and everything else. Alec, we talked about it on Thursday with Matt about the LMP2s as well. How did you find it all on Thursday with him out there?
It was pretty good. The LMP2s race very well with the cars that we have in the mod. You know, you're just fast enough to kind of get past GTs, but you're still not too fast to where hypercars have a problem trying to get around you. But no, we had a really good time with it. Matthew had kind of brought the idea up to me to add the LMP2s, and it actually had kind of worked out. I had done a kind of LMP2 BOP previously, just for some private mod stuff that I was working on. And we were able to implement that into this, and it almost was matched up perfectly. We had to do a couple other little tweaks just to kind of get in the competition window that what we wanted to. And that was a lot of fun. So we had a kind of Daytona special BOP for this past Thursday night, just to try to get the LMP2s a little bit more top speed, just to kind of get around the GT3s a little bit. So for the rest of the season, we're going to go back to the standard BOP, which basically is a little bit less power, but more downforce. But with that comes more drag, so not as much straight line speed. So we can still give the hypercars the space that they need. But LMP2s were very fun. We had a really good time with them. It seemed to be everybody enjoyed them. I was a little worried that we weren't going to get a lot of people in LMP2 when we did the test races earlier in the year. At end of last year, you know, we had 5, 6, and I thought, oh, okay, if we could get, you know, 8 to 9, that'd be a good number for us. I was hoping, you know, to get around that 8 to 10 number, but then everyone kind of came out of the woodworks last Thursday, and we had 17 of them. So
Yeah.
it was a lot of fun. Wish we could have had some of the guys be able to actually finish the race. So we had a couple disconnection issues for some of the guys in LMP2, but no, all in all, it was a really good race. We're excited to see what those cars can do, and kind of just throws another monkey in the another monkey in the field.
Monkey in the wrench, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
monkey in the wrench. Yep, throws another
Okay.
monkey in the wrench to you mix everybody up a little bit.
Are we not throwing the wrench at the monkey, Alec? Is that...
Yeah, no, I don't want PETA called on me.
Oh, okay. No animal violence here on CMS,
Yep.
everybody. Stacey is back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, Stace, nothing's changed. You've still got the Ross, the James, the Jim, and the Alec podcast taking place at the moment. While we resolve this issue is Paul. Nobody can hear Paul. He's almost here but not here. He's the only man I know that could be, you know, heard and never seen, which is always good for us on that one as well. Yeah, he's just called himself a ninja. I'm not really thinking that would be the right word, but yeah, no, I think if you could hear him, guys, you'd probably realise there's a few words that really don't associate. But there we go. We'll let him carry on and think that in our ear there as well, while we guys just fight out with the server at the same time. Russ, what are we going to be looking at changes-wise? You know, I noticed on Thursday there was still a couple of internals on the cars that weren't quite complete. Are we going to look at completing them?
Right. So it's definitely something that, as I mentioned before, is one of the reasons why I'm not going to be running in the modern series is that I need to focus a lot of my time on getting that stuff updated. We have a lot of the 3D in place. It's taken a lot of time to be able to source. Most of it basically has been made from scratch. So we had to get that together, and then putting in some of the new 3D models, because some of the cars we had, like the 296, the 499, just weren't happy with, because they were a little bit out of proportion, out of spec. So we made them, as far as the actual technicalities for them, we got them in line with where they should be, but they just never felt right. Visually they're kind of off, and for me that's just not acceptable. So there's a lot of time getting rid of those and then bringing in the new ones. And like I said, our livery artists have been able to come in and really update very quickly. Alex has been one of them. He's been wonderful. Vasilis Katarinakis, who's running in this race today, he's done a ton of work too in getting a lot of those in there. Scar Pope, who I mentioned before, who's worked on the sounds, absolutely viciously going through and converting the sound engine over to the new JSON format. So it's going to be a lot more immersive and in-depth, and cleaning up the samples and whatnot. But getting all those cars ready, it's just taken a lot of time. So now that we actually have those models in place, they are ready to be worked on and really refined. I actually call it my refinement process. And so I'll even stream it as I'm going through and doing the work. I can stream it out to people. It's on our Storm Gang Simulation YouTube channel. And if people are interested in the modding process, at least from the perspective of getting a lot of the graphical stuff in there, then they can take a look. They can check out previous broadcasts and see how that works, see what it takes. Like, where are those thousands of hours going? It's like, well, this is it. It's moving little vertices around and making textures and typing in different bits of code and moving files around and all the boring stuff that you look at and say, wow, I might stick my head in the toilet after if I had to do any of that. But it's what needs to be done, and it does take a lot of time. But you're right. We'll be going into this season. I'm going to be focused solely on getting all of those updated historically and for the modern, so that way as we go through, everyone here on CMS or on JPB, they're going to see all the fruits of those labors really come to fruition, and you're going to have these really beautiful visuals. The drivers are going to love it. They're going to actually see all the feedback coming off of their displays and everything, and it's just going to add that extra little bit of realism to it and that extra bit of immersion. So it's going to be great. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I would say as we go through the next weeks and months, everything should be knocked out, and then we're going to have a very nice, complete mod on our hands, and y'all get to enjoy it.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to that one. Stacey, please don't encourage him. Paul Glover does not need any encouragement. Okay, let's just put that out there.
So
there we go.
Ross, while we got a minute here well, okay, we got a couple of minutes, so you can go in depth on this. Now, as a sim racer, and somebody not deeply experienced in sim racing, only a little bit over a year now. For people that are watching, maybe that are a little, I don't want to say afraid, but just a little, nervous about getting into, something to get in and learn about modding and running these races that involve modded cars. Can you talk about it from a layman's perspective? Like what difference does a sim racer have to do to get involved in something when there's mods involved and things like that?
Sure. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but you've had a lot of background in iRacing, correct?
Yes, most of my background is in iRacing and LMU since it came out, and but I don't know a lot about running the modded cars. And if I'm being completely honest, that's the reason I haven't went over and joined your historic series. That always was very intriguing to me, those cars that you're running, and I've looked numerous times at joining, but a little intimidated, not knowing what I'm getting involved with the mods and how to, just kind of simplify it. Just talk about, make people less scared of it, maybe, that are listening that want to get into this.
Sure. Well, the modding process is very simply just creating the content that you would use to run. So when we say, hey, we're making a mod, it's basically a collection of cars and their settings, and maybe even some of the tracks too, that are going to be used throughout the entire season. And at CMS, we specifically build these cars with the intention of running them for a year-long season, or at least a full-length series that we would be using them. So like the TA2s over at NARS, we're not running that full length for a year, but we will replicate a real series with them. So it's just the content. And then as far as actual like creating the mods, most people will stay away from that because it is a very complicated, very long process. And that, not to scare anyone off of it, anyone can do it. There's nothing there that is magic or anything like that. Although some days when you're banging your head against the wall trying to figure out why something isn't working, it might feel like magic when it finally does. But I mean, that's kind of the effects of programming in general. I mean, you just, you finally
I definitely
go
want no part of that.
And that's actually, it's one of the reasons why we work as a team. It's why we have guys out here like Alec who, they can work on specific things like, hey, can you like assembly line making all of these icons for us, so that way it just fills in that one section and then we can knock that out. And that way the
Right.
person like George, who's actually developing all the physics and the tire models, you don't have to focus on that. They don't have to think about all those small little details that are out there because somebody else has already taken care of them. Alec doesn't have to know, what the gear ratios are on like, XYZ car. He just needs to be able to work with Photoshop and the sim itself to be able to create those files. So it works great as a team to be able to do that, and that's why groups like Storm Gang are so great, because we have a huge talent pool that we can pull from to bring all of this stuff together and create this work. As far as running it, there isn't a ton to it. R Factor 2 has notably been, in the past at least, difficult to kind of break into, because back when it was first started, like 2010 or whatever it was, 2011, like when it really started to become its own thing. I think it was actually out even before that. But once it actually came out and people were using it, it still was pretty rough. But over the years, as Motorsports Games took it over and everything, and they started to make it more a cohesive package, a lot of the kind of trials and tribulations that most users went through, they don't have to go through that anymore. So when you come into CMS, you basically have a lot of step-by-step instruction, like, okay, here you go, here's a link to the Steam workshop file. You just hit subscribe here, and then you go on the server and you look up this name, and then you can jump right in. Everything else is basically, here are just the rules of the series and the code of conduct that you need, and that's kind of it. You don't have to really know the ins and outs until it comes to a point where there might be a little hiccup. Maybe Steam didn't update the mod properly, but we've got tons of great people here at CMS, at Champion Motorsport, that can help you through those, because we've all gone through those issues before, and we can very, very quickly get people back on track. If they say, hey, I got this error, it's saying this, what's going on? Boom, in seconds, you might have somebody pop in and say, oh, you got to do this, here's this thing, just follow these instructions, these 2 or 3 things, and you're back online. And it's great. Everybody's able to get in there and do what they need to, and have a great time just racing instead of fiddling with files and instructions.
Right. Yeah. And that's, that was always my fear. Now I have been on your Discord for, I don't know, probably a year now, because of the historic stuff. I was, extremely attracted to that. And, so I got on there, and I do have to say that from all the stuff, I'm a lurker reading, and there's definitely, I'm not, yeah, I don't, well, I just, so I just wanted to see if, see what it was all about. And there are a lot of friendly people in there, and seems like a great bunch of people from everything that I've read, lurking around in there. So I just thought maybe clearing that up for people would, maybe people that are interested, especially with these new type of cars that you can't run anywhere else. That's super exciting. And the historic stuff you guys do is, like I said, what initially attracted me. There's no place to race that. There's no place to go back and race old Riverside. I think y'all have, if I'm not mistaken, you have the old Riverside track from California and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's, there's a lot of people out there that there's a lot of guys in their 50s, 40s, 50s, and 60s that grew up watching stuff out at Riverside, and they would love to race it. I know, like I said, that was one of the reasons that I got attracted to your Discord to start with. So, yeah, I just thought maybe getting explained would make it easier on some people that were interested in getting in.
Yeah, yeah, and it's a great question. It's something that I think a lot of people, when they see these broadcasts and they think, man, that looks like a lot of fun. And, with the likes of James and Paul and you yourself, Jim, up here in the commentator's booth, talking about it and getting people excited as they watch the action on track, which hopefully we'll be able to get to here soon. I got a report that the server's just gone through a couple updates as George is in the background sorting some things out. Thought I'd just drop that in. They get excited and they want to be able to join this because they feel that excitement. They feel that community that's here, which is, by the way, very excellent. One of the best communities as far as driver integrity and camaraderie and everything. It's easy to get into. It's just the steps sometimes, might not be as clear. And we do understand, particularly like you mentioned, the Discord, if people aren't as familiar coming in, it can be intimidating to come in and see like all these different chapters and everything. And that's because, unfortunately, CMS has been very successful in bringing drivers in and creating that larger community. And then it basically just splits off into what we call chapters here, where we basically have different leagues within a league that are running on the different platforms. We have iRacing and AMS2, R Factor 2. We have World Rallycross, Assetto Corsa, ACC, and more coming on all the time. We even have an LMU one that's starting up that a few of our members, I think even Benjamin Porteous Heath is running that one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So all of them are here, and there's a lot of support here. And so coming in, I will say this: anybody who wants to race, just join the Discord. And if you have no idea where you are or what you're doing, but you know what you want to try and get to, just ask questions and we will immediately get you to where you need to go. Nobody's going to berate you. Everyone is very helpful, and they want to see you race with them. They want to see the community continue to grow and prosper and have people join and create great memories and have a great time racing. So come on out and join up. Enjoy the products that we've made here within R Factor 2, within this culture, and we're happy to have anybody who wants to do that.
Yeah, that was a great explanation. I appreciate that, and like I said, I appreciate what you guys do. You're really covering a segment of the market that doesn't exist in a lot of situations. The historic stuff again, and even what we're doing here today. There's so many cars on here that are updated and new versions that aren't available, and it takes sometimes years for these cars to make it to some of the mainstream sim games. And here's a chance for people to come out and run this stuff right now, and that's really cool from a sim racer standpoint. I think that's awesome.
It's you make a great point. It's something that we're very passionate about, being able to provide that experience. And we recognize that a lot of the mainstay sims, like iRacing, like ACC and LMU, they are limited by the amount of IP that they're allowed to have. What they do have, they do very well. I mean, they bring in the different content and they make a great experience around it. But if you're out there, if you're an AMS2, let's say, and you're like, man, I really like to have that 499 in my lineup, but Ferrari says, well, you haven't given us $100,000 for that privilege of having our car in your game, then they're not going to do it because they're a small team and they're kind of restricted that way because, as a publicly operating entity, they have to play by the rules. And not to say that we're loose and fast here, but we're less restricted by that kind of oversight. Certainly if Ferrari or any of these manufacturers came to us and said, I don't like that you have it in there, we would comply with that. But they also don't see this as interfering with anything that they're having to do. So that frees us up to bring wonderful historical content and modern content that you would not be able to have the opportunity to experience anywhere else just like this. So we're very happy about that.
Yeah, I think that again, that's exactly what I think the niche here is, and people need to find this. I found it exactly the way you described. I was out there, um, looking at videos, found some of that old vintage stuff that interested me, and that's how I went down the rabbit hole.
Not uncommon. Jim, do you and James want to kick us off? It looks like we're
Yeah,
we're
think
about
we're
to
ready
go
to
to
go.
grid.
James, are
Right.
you out there? There
Yeah,
he is.
I am sorry.
Welcome back.
I had something to try and deal with in the household, unfortunately, at the same time. But yeah, we have finally got the cars onto the circuit. We're going to go with 54 of them here, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready for this one, because there's going to be 54 of them hurtling around here, and led by Dan Kirby, none other, of course, they're out in front, looking strong as he always does Mr. Kirby in that hypercar class. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, get your drinks, grab your popcorn, because we got a 2x2 start here, and then we're going to be roaring off at the same time. Jim, how do we think this is going to go?
Well, with this many cars on the track, I'm sitting here just looking at how amazing it looks. These 2x2 with all these cars on the track. I think it's going to be exciting, but it's probably going to be intense in the beginning.
Yeah, we got a couple of the hypercars that can't get off the line at the moment. There is some issues with Sean Kelly and Philip Dicardi. I think it's actually more Dicardi that can't move. Unfortunately, he is dropping down and he is just sat on that line. He can't go anywhere. Trying, he must have some form of problem, but he is trying as best as he can, but he cannot get that car off the line. So we'll keep an eye out. Dan Kirby going through the Western Horseshoe at the moment, the right-hander, through before they can go on to turn 7 and then enter into that banking. Not good, Ross, there for poor old Philip Dicardi.
No, that's really unfortunate. I hope he's able to figure that out and at least join up on the back of the hypercar grid. And certainly we don't want to see a car stranded there. I know that he had some struggles on Thursday and getting disconnected, so that would just be heartbreak if he's not able to start today. He looks very strong. That car looks great with that Javelin entry. So hopefully he's able to get going, because you don't want to miss this race. This is going to be super exciting with all the different rivalries and everything we've got going on right in front of us.
Yeah, Dan Kirby leading the way there. It looks like, unfortunately for Dicardi, he is back in pit lane. So that poor young man is back in pit lane. I think he's DNF'd here right at the beginning, which is never, unfortunately, good. But Kirby, Herlock, Barker, Troy Uyan all sat there. Troy has done rather well already this season, come on massively from last season. It's going to be something that we're going to keep an eye on. We have got Caddy with Dan Kirby on in first. We've got a Caddy of Herlock in second, Caddy in third, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen, what do we have in fourth? Another Caddy. How far do they go back? Mike Bell, he's in a Caddy. And then it's Magnus Dahlgren in the Toyota GR010 Evo, round breaking up the 6. But it is Caddy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once again, through this Le Mans chicane we go, and it just looks like it is going to be unbelievably active, action-packed here, Ross. Quick thing there, 31 hypercars. It's all going to go right, turn 1, right?
Yeah, well, with the CMS Pro and the Smile Power team at the front, I don't want to say anything because that rivalry is strong coming out of last year. They are all top-tier drivers at the front, and I don't want to curse anybody by saying anything, but I would keep an eye on this top 5 class of cars because it is going to be very exciting. There is, well, I don't want to say there's no love lost because they're going to mostly keep it civil, but it's going to be a strong fight all the way through the race.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to be moving very fast at all there. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on to this tri-oval we go. Kirby Horlock Herlock, Uyan, Barker, Bell. Surely they're all going to make it through. Dahlgren, John Uyan, Tom Lane, they're all sitting there waiting, anxiously, patiently waiting for this cars to get going. It is Dan Herlock on the left, Dan Kirby on the right. 2025 season, round one. He's green. Just have to make sure Kirby gets the jump on Herlock going into turn number one. Herlock's going all the way around the outside. They're going to be running side by side. The GT3s are on the bottom of your screen. That's Becky Ely Clark out in front at the moment, but it is Dan Kirby, Dan Herlock. Herlock's got a lock up already. Managed to hold on to it. Cameron Barker, John Uyan in behind that. Mike Bell tucked in all at the same time. I can tell you now the GT3s have got off, and it's Becky Ely Clark out in front with Alko Busanic and Bradley Sellers. However, they are on the back end of some of the hypercars. They are on the back end of Kelly, Barge and a few others towards the back end, but Kirby making his way out in front. He has absolutely done what he had to do here, Jim. He had to get off the line, and he did it so well.
He did, and it looked like Herlock was going to come up on the outside of him there, and unfortunately going into the International Horseshoe there, he got a little lockup, so that freed Kirby up to pull away just a little bit, a little room between the two of them.
And they did. It gave him all of 7 tenths. Barker's sitting in the back end at the same time. We've got Timon Suvic running side by side there through the Le Mans chicane. They go for the first time, and John Uyan, Timon Suvic, Robin Molin are all battling it out. You see the cars on your screen at the moment. Is Mike Bell with Magnus Dahlgren tucked in. He is just ahead of Tom Lane. Further back, Suvic is going side by side at the moment with Robert Molin and John Uyan. They're running side by side coming down into turn one. We've still got Mike Bell. He shoots it in deep there. Bell trying to go around the outside of Uyan. Nothing doing this time. Now he's brought everybody else into play. Magnus Dahlgren is in behind this situation, Jim. And they've started fighting, and then they brought them all back into action.
Yeah, we've got 4 or 5 cars there running right on top of each other now. And yeah, it's going to play out interesting through this infield. Now, taking a look back here at the GT3s, that's Becky out in front, I believe. Yes, still Becky Ely Clark.
Yeah, she's running side by side with Bradley Sellers, Alko Busanic and William Schlittling. Micah Dawn in behind David John, JT Tammy, Alan Holden, Ryan Paulbert Reyes. But it is Ely Clark under pressure from Sellers. And you see Schittling's just gone off onto the grass there. There's the leader's just gone through. He manages to recover, does Schlittling. And at the moment here, Ross, everybody's away here cleanly. No real dramas currently at the moment. There has been some off tracks, but I think some of them are only minor.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want to see. And it was really anticipated. Just wonderful that you didn't have to worry about any cars catching a tire or anything and getting thrown back into the field and causing incidents early, because you just want to see these guys taking off and just having a really great race to start. So wonderful job by all the drivers keeping it clean, and it's going to shake it up, I think, going through the first half of the stint. Well, certainly once we get to pit stops, I think we're going to see some things moving around, but I think we can settle in and see how drivers start to form up the strategy at the start of this thing.
Yeah, I can let you know now that George Angelides has gone round. There was side-by-side contact with George. I say side-by-side, it was a little bit nose to rear, and that was happening with Monet, but Troy Uyan is under pressure. Some may say there might not have been room. George might declare there was, but we'll see what happens with that one. But Troy Uyan, Mike Bell in behind, Dahlgren in behind that in the hypercars. The GT3s are very close together. Sellers, it looks like there's been some drama further down. We've got a DNF for Robin Molin, and unfortunately Molin has DNF'd. I can't see any reason why he would be. I'm sure we might be able to have a look and see what happened, but it does look like Robert Molin has dropped out and DNF'd at the moment. So
it looks like something happened with Becky Ely Clark too. She's back now 5 places. Was in the lead and running 5th now.
Yeah, we'll try and have a look. Let's see if we can get this replay. There's some of the stuttering on the screen, unfortunately. But yeah, it goes in, sits in the middle of the track. There's Gilles Lalonde in a 9X8 going straight in, unfortunately. Then others have come in. Big crash going on down in turn 1. I'm guessing yellow flags just got flat out ignored. Nobody even remotely slowed down for that one, Ross. And to be honest with it, sir, it don't look too clever going down into turn 1 when people are just hurtling in like that.
Well, it's a tough spot, and it's difficult to see quite from here, but once you're about right in there, you're blindsided. You can't see that there's anybody sideways at that point until you're basically right upon it, and drivers coming into that zone, they're already at the limit going into turn 1 because you want to just dive on the brakes as hard as you can. And basically when you round that corner and you see that chaos in front of you, there's really not much you can do other than go as evasive as you can and hope that you don't hit anybody.
They must have spotters, right? They must have crew chief or some other form of device that tells them that there's a yellow flag up ahead, surely.
Well, unless they're in a team chat with some of their other drivers, as I know, like some of the, oh no, we've got to spin.
Oh, more. No, I think that might have been Elko Bustening coming through. Unfortunately, it was Elko and Mika Dawn made contact, just rear to nose. Not quite sure how that one's going to determine out. And unfortunately, already and off there. You can see at the moment there's some dramas happening already. Robert Bowling is out. Philip Ducati never recovered from his start line situation here, but very, very mixed up within. This Bernardo Concalves is having another go with Kelly, but there is Mike Bell on your screen chasing down Troy, trying to stay in front of Dahlgren. Dahlgren putting the pressure on him, coming into the Western Horseshoe. Through the right-hander they go. Now going to be coming into the left-hander at turn 7, and we'll see how this one pans out. Jim, a few people had a little bit of an issue there, and well, good job. We've still got 2 hours and 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, looks like Mike Bell had a little issue right there. Got a little sideways. It seems like both those Cadillacs on that team are struggling early on to find rear grip with those cars. Oh, there's Becky Ely Clark out on the apron of the track.
I can tell you now, it does look like there was some nose to rear contact from Ryan Paulbert Reyes in the Le Mans chicane. So unfortunately for Ely Clark, it does look like it's going to have to visit the pit lane here. But it did look like there was some nose to rear contact from Paulbert Reyes. So whether or not that one will get looked at, I can tell you now, Becky went round the first entrance into Le Mans and then ended up in the wall. So it looked like there definitely was contact. Unfortunately for Ely Clark, is in pit lane. Mike Bell on your screen at this current time, and he's got Magnus Dahlgren closing in. Unfortunate for Becky there. Does look like maybe we've lost Tom Lane at the same time. People are dropping down fast here, Jim. We're wondering how many will actually have finished.
Yeah, well, it's early, and maybe they'll get those cars and get back out there. We got a long race here. Maybe we're going to get a look here at the incident.
It's just after. It's just before.
Yeah.
Just before there. That's where Becky's drama was.
Yeah, that was a hard lick. No wonder she was limping back to the pits. Yeah, that's unfortunate. She had a nice run going there early on. So as I was saying before, as you can see right here again, those two Cadillacs with Mike Bell especially, those cars seem to be extremely loose. The rear end's really hanging out on those cars around a lot of turns. You've seen in clips that we've watched so far, Mike Bell's gotten that thing, the rear end hung out on it several times in just the past couple of minutes here.
Yeah, here we go. Kirby's there. He's put him in. He used the GT3 there for Dan Kirby. That is Dan Herlock. It's a Dan front row. Kirby Herlock. Kirby used that GT freeze and stopped Herlock coming through, but he has managed to close on into the international horseshoe. We go. These guys are going to be racking up. Well, they were on Thursday north of 190 to 95 plus miles an hour. So they're going to be absolutely flying at a rapid rate of knots. Herlock's just got that all wrong. That's just giving him a bit of a gap now for Kirby. 0 point. He's about 7 tenths. He's shot. Oh, he's got it sideways.
These guys are driving like it's the last lap of the race. Not that we got 2 hours to go.
Dan Kirby auditioning for Fast and Furious 25. I'm not even sure there. And he's doing a great job shooting around the outside. Herlock got caught in behind traffic. There were some uncertainties. We've got 3x3. We've got McQuarrie in the background, side by side in the GT Freeze. He's managed to make it through. Herlock's managed to make it through. Kirby was a little bit on the sensitive side there. He needed to be a little bit more aggressive because now he's got Herlock 4 tenths back. Lots of these guys fighting out here, Ross, and we're only at 2 hours 11 into it.
Yeah, it's definitely hot and intense, and you're going to see this rivalry play out throughout the entire season. I know Smile Power was a little bit sour about the way things ended in the last season, so they're going to be doing everything they can to be making it up, which is part of why CMS Pro is split into 2 teams as well. We get a replay real quick. It looks like this is back with Becky Ely.
I can tell you the leader's changed. Herlock's past Kirby. There's the hit from Paulbert Reyes. I think it was ever so minor, but it did look like a hit. We can't really see. I am going to be summarizing that due to the fact that obviously Ely went shooting off to the left. Herlock has cleared Kirby. That's the situation going on up in the lead of the race at the moment. Herlock has cleared Kirby. So Kirby sitting in second and he's struggling. He was locked in traffic there, 1.3 seconds back.
Yeah, that traffic, Kirby, that was a nice move that Herlock put on him. And yeah, Kirby got caught up in some traffic and is, second and a half back now. That was, hopefully we can get a replay of that shortly. I'd love to see that pass again. We're going back to check out what happened to Becky.
Yeah, Matt Bice has also been off. Unfortunately, he overshot Le Mans chicane alongside Eric Monet. Sean Kelly is another one that's become a victim of the Le Mans chicane as well on the outside bumps. It just velcroed him off. Robert Molin seems to be back on the race circuit. He's gone and had an incident in turn 6, put the brakes on and around the back end went, unfortunately for Molin. Gwilym Benk is another one that's also had more drama. That was at the International Horseshoe, so turn 4, where he's had his own issues. So a lot has taken shape across the racetrack at this current time. However, I will say there is a battle down in GT Freeze for the lead. Schittling and David Jun are running nose to tail just in front of this pack. They've just gone through the bottom of your screen there. Troy Uyan, he is defending with Mike Bell locked in behind him here. Jim, what are you doing now, Jim? We've got 2 hours to go. How do you feel?
Well, a lot of these guys are pushing harder than I would have thought at this point in the race. But you know, this is a good place to get that track position, and you can try to hold it throughout the race. Yeah, I would say if it was me, I'd probably be laying back a little bit, but I'm not a championship winning driver. So clearly my strategy is maybe not what they're doing. I was really surprised the way Herlock and Kirby were going at it, but it's good to know that I didn't know all of the backstory with them, so that's good to know.
Yeah, Herlock now, Kirby 5.1 seconds back. Bell and still can't get past Uyan, and that's about half a second at the moment. Tom Lane again looks like he's DNF. There's been more drama with Meyer. There's been more drama with Bussening. There's been more drama with Pope. Alexander McQuarrie has also had a DNF at the same time. Trying to work out just what happened to him. He's had an off track, but then again he was in with Ben Kesby, Stephen Miller, Alexander Silvermar, and there was contact, and McQuarrie went and hit the pit wall and actually went through the pace car and did about 5 body ups in the process. So there are poor Alexander McQuarrie there. Tom Lane DNF'd at the same time. He's going into Le Mans, and he's had a trouble on the exit, shoots him round the corner, and unfortunately for Tom Lane, he was back down further behind Cole Strawell. So lots of drama taking place. Kaya Miller is Pullen, is another one. Benjamin Porteous Heath, Vasilis Katarinakis. Oh, Pullen and Porteous Heath come together in Le Mans. So lots of problems out there, Ross, for some of these drivers at the moment, and we've got a lot of cars going slowly.
Yeah, a lot of different complicating factors coming into play here. As we saw Tom Lane, he's been pulled off now. It looks like he had a small issue with connectivity on top of any of the damage, and some of the, I guess he received a penalty in the process of either trying to repair or just before then. So he's pulled out. We've seen Alexander McQuarrie pull out. Craig Pullen was involved and caught up in some of that crash, as we saw Becky Ely-Clark. She's obviously been involved there. I don't think that Ryan Paulbert Race intended to do that. I'm sure he was probably apologizing to her almost immediately in their side voice chat, as they have shared quite a bit of information with that 992. But unfortunately, she is suffering a little bit from what was otherwise a very strong contender in the top of the GT3 class.
Yeah, there's been some people with issues as well. Porsche clutch of Bud can't start, says Philly. Penalty bugs plus crash plus late start. Tom Lane decided to call it a day. So lots have been going on with some of these people here. We have 3 cars down, I believe, out of the field. We've still got, if I'm not mistaken, 51 running. But Ben Kesby has gone into pit lane, and he's the first one to blink. And that GTP pit stop is for repairs. The GT3 pit stop is for repairs, excuse me. And same with Kyan Pullen. He's another one that's getting repairs done after coming to contact of Benjamin Porteous Heath on there. We've got Ollie Day for the Hypercar AMS. He's in 10th place at the moment. And yeah, we've got some issue taking shape at this current time.
Yeah, we've got a little server issue, looks like.
Yeah, we do have tech issues currently at the moment. Ross, it does look like everybody's been, disconnected.
Yeah, I'm just checking the live timing scoring right now, and that appears to be the case. It does look like there was a session delay. So yes, servers apparently either dropped or been restarted. I'm trying to get that information right now, but unfortunately, it looks like we are in a red flag condition.
Well, James, one of the things I noticed right before we lost our image there, when Herlock got by Kirby, they were nose to tail there, running really hard, and it did look like maybe Kirby was holding up Herlock just a little bit. But once Herlock got by him, he opened up a 5-second gap so fast. I mean, that's more than just traffic. Is he? You think he's just that much faster, or
no,
you think that?
No. I think there was traffic played a massive part. If anybody who's watched CMS before, Dan Kirby is our little alien. He's the one that you can sit back and say to Dan, tell me how to drive this quick, and it'll be able to tell you any car on the grid. The guy is scarily quick. He is one of these individuals where you sit back and you just think, I hate you. Purely because of how quick he is. He could jump in any car, Jim. I can stick him in a JCB Digger and he still would be quicker than some of the GT3s. It is unbelievable. So, it's scary.
Do you think that gap is just traffic, or do you think maybe something he torched his tires a little bit, or you think it's just traffic that got him there?
Well, we saw him. But we did see him Tokyo drifting, doing a audition for the next Fast and Furious through the corners. Yeah, so it is possible there to say that he had fried his tyres up. We are waiting for final confirmation on what the situation is. I'm not sure if Ross is with us here and whether or not he knows any more of what's happening, Ross. But this situation, I think, is going to need to be some form of disgust at some point here, Bud, because there were some people out of the session can now rejoin the session. You know, the likes of Tom Lane, Philip Ducati can get back in as well. How are we going to deal with this restart? Are we going to do a warm-up and another start of the race? What are we thinking?
So if it stays with historical standards, then what will probably happen is the server will be reset and drivers will be repositioned to their last positions, and the server time will be adjusted down to whatever was remaining or that close to there. As far as drivers who have DNF'd, they will probably be allowed to come back in. I'm not sure where they'll end up being positioned. That's up to the race director at this point, but likely it'll be whatever their previous position was within their category is probably where they'll be put back in, and they'll continue it from there. Although what I'm going to try and do is jump into the main voice channel and see if I can catch on to what the race director's telling everyone right now, and I'll report back shortly.
Okay, well, there goes Mr. Smith there. Certainly
So-
on that one. Yes, Jim.
What do you think this does to the drivers, James? I mean, is there a certain level of frustration that kind of builds up, and did you think this takes them out of their rhythm? How do you think this is going to affect some of these guys? Obviously, you got a big lead over somebody, and now if we're going to get back to a restarting position, they're going to be back up on you. What do you think? What's your opinion?
Some might not come back. Some may sit back and go, no, I can't do it. I've had enough. We don't know every single body in this server, right? So you might have, say, for instance, a 12-year-old Stuart Bard whose mum's telling him that in about an hour's time he's got to go to bed. Or,
Right.
You don't know that Dan Kirby, although he sounds like a full-blown adult, he might be only 12. We don't know all of these things. We don't know their ages. I'm not saying the guys are 12, by the way. I'm just saying that it's something that we don't know about. So whether or not they'll come back, I know the server at the moment is offline, so we don't actually know when we're going to be able to get going. Kim, I think you can imagine that says 2.4 hours of Daytona rather than 24 on that one. But so we don't know what the situation is. We've really got to wait at the moment. As I say, the server's offline. It's not there. We'll see what comes back and see what the query is. I think you are right, Mr. Reese. I think we were 12 laps in. But for the likes of people that had them big leads like Herlock, and it's a lifesaver for others like Becky Ely-Clark who was down the back end, or Tom Lane who DNF'd, or whoever. So yeah, tough.
Yeah, well,
tough scenario.
I think that Kim was implying that with the server problems, this may actually take 24 hours to complete. I think that was the joke that Kim made
there. Stream these. Oh, sorry, Kim. I read that completely wrong. Oh, yeah. Being funny there, Kim. I got you now. I got you.
Sometimes it's hard to read sense of humor. That's why, that's why sometimes texting and messaging doesn't always come across.
Yeah, well, that's the thing when you're trying to deal with Mr. Glover. You've got to have a sense of humor, to be blatantly honest with you. So you have to deal with him bugging you in your Miro. Anybody that drives a pink car is one of my faves. Oh, okay. Well, Stacey, thanks for letting us know.
You should have hung around. If enough people drop out, we could slide you right in there. You'd only be a couple of laps down. Be ready to go.
Yeah,
I think like Becky, like you said, from what Ross said, if they come back, obviously she would still be. I think she was 3 laps down when I last looked before the server dropped. So if that's the case, in situation like that where you kind of feel like maybe you're already out of the race, maybe that level of frustration does cause you to just say, yeah, I've had enough today. But then again, you could also look at that from a points perspective and say, if a few people drop and I get back out there, I can I can make up some points here and turn this into a decent day for the
Mm.
championship. There's a couple of ways of looking at it.
Yeah, there is, and I think that's the thing. But I've just been made aware Ross is back in the booth. Ross, I read your message, but tell everybody what the update is.
All right, so the server's being is being updated, so we're not going to be having any nighttime, and I didn't hear why that was, but I'm guessing it might be to reduce the server load. Positions will be adjusted to the last time that the drivers came across. So basically, I think it was 2 hours and 8 minutes is what I heard over the comms. So as of that moment, from the beam crossing, that's when they're going to be replaced on the track. So they'll reform up and start. It'll be 2x2, just like it was the beginning, I believe. He might alter that and make it 1x1, just because it's how they were running in the race. But we'll see here shortly once everybody's on the server, which they're doing right now, and then they'll be able to start again and basically pick up where we left off.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that clears things up for you and gives you a good idea of that one. Where are the likes of this is really, I know I don't want to wish this on anybody here, Ross, but this has really benefited the people that had them dramas. Tom Lane, Becky Healy had her own mishaps. This could really bring them into the mix, couldn't it? Some may say it's a little unfair. Some may say that, it is what it is.
I'm not quite sure how some of that's going to be adjusted. So it might be post-race that a snapshot on the XML will be taken, and it'll look at if the drivers were a certain number of laps down, and then that will be applied post-race. So in the case of, I think, Becky and Felipe, they might have those adjusted later on. Certainly their positions will be where they were, so they'll be starting from there. And if they had any damage, which we saw that very large hypercar incident, any of those drivers that had that kind of run-in, they will have their cars reset. So even if they are further down or further back, then yes, that will be back in their favor. So it won't be too dissimilar to like watching the real Daytona race where they had full course yellows that benefited a great many cars that were in jeopardy of going down laps or suffering otherwise.
Kim suggested that the title should be changed to the 24 hours of Daytona. Ross, how do you feel about that?
Well, it is unfortunate that we're running into some of these issues. It's not unheard of. It has been uncommon. Fortunately, we haven't really run into this too much over the last few years that we've been running the series and running any of the series, to be honest. But there are a lot of variables going on, and George is doing what he can to react to that, to make sure that everybody can get back online and get racing and finish this thing as quickly as possible. There is a small delay, but I think that they should be switching over to warm up here and then on to the race momentarily.
Yeah, we are
So,
sat
Ross,
in warm up.
Ross, I want to say to you and all the people behind the scenes, I've been an event promoter in the real world, and I know that when something like this happens, how hard everybody behind the scenes is working to get this back up and running, and the frantic pace that sets in when things like this occur. And I just want to give a shout out to all those people that are going to probably watch this back later who are behind the scenes working hard right now. I've been there, and I certainly can appreciate the amount of effort that goes into making something like this happen, and especially recover it when something goes wrong like this. That's just an observation from a guy who's been an event promoter and can appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's certainly nothing that anybody here wants. You want to have a nice, smooth, clean experience, so that way you can watch it start to finish. But fortunately, the guys here that are running on it, our own CMS league owner, David Anderson, he's in there. He was kind of talking to George about a couple things too, and kind of getting everybody calm down and focus so that way they can continue on. George is very professional when it comes to making sure that these events go off as clean as possible. So he made sure to indicate what this situation was going to be and what drivers are going to need to do. So he put that in place, and they're just going through the rigmarole of getting all the technical things kind of in place here. And as soon, I'm sure, as drivers are able to get on and confirm that they're there and ready, then we'll be flipping over right away.
Yeah,
All right.
No sooner said.
Yeah, you're right. I think we're about ready here. Hopefully.
Hey,
Have
bear
you-
with
oh.
us on.
Yeah, Ross, while we got just a couple of seconds here. Have you been through this as a driver yourself, where you had a delay like this because of server issues? If you have, kind of, how do you deal with that as a driver?
Oh, certainly. I mean, and not just in CMS, but I mean across the entire world of sim racing and online gaming. I mean,
Yes, yeah,
technology. You know, like you said, you've done event promotion before, and it certainly it's in a much better, more reliable and stable place than it ever has been in the past. But things still happen. Certainly, when we had the big issues down in Texas, where the server is based, I think that was a year or two ago when there was the big ice storm going through.
yeah. Well, that's
That
where
interrupted some
I'm in
events.
Texas myself, so
So you know, I mean,
Yeah,
it popped up. There's stuff out of your hands. So, as a driver, I mean, all these drivers that are on the grid right now, it's frustrating for sure. But you kind of take stock of where you are right now, what the situation means for you, and then you just recalibrate and focus in again, just like you were before. So, they're going to pick it up and be just as stalwart as making the most of their situations and getting back into it. So I don't think it's going to affect them too much. I think that they're going to just say, this is what it is, and move on and try and have as much fun as they can.
So as the cars are rolling off here for warm-up lap again, just to be clear now, have any of these cars been allowed to get fuel, change tires, any of that stuff, or has this just been, we stopped right where we're at, no more work on the cars that were in the pits? How does all that work?
So because it was red flagged, unfortunately the server lost that information.
Right.
They will all basically be starting as though they're fresh.
Okay.
So we can think of it as the teams were allowed to do repairs and prep their cars before they went out back on the track.
Okay, yeah, sure, okay. So everybody's going to have fresh tires, full fuel loads. We're just going to pick it up.
Yes. Yeah. They'll be set to go. This will have interesting effects on their fuel strategy, but they're getting lined up 2 and 2. They're going to stay focused in, reassess
Yep.
where they are, and go from there. Actually, they might not be 2x2.
No, yeah, it looks like it's going to be single file, which is probably best. We got James back now, I believe.
Yep.
There he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready, because this restart is going to be going 2 hours, 6 minutes on the clock. We are single file. We have been told there will be no nighttime here tonight to try and reduce the server issues we've got. Dan Herlock, Dan Kirby, Barker are your 1, 2, 3 with Troy Uyan in 4th. Mike Bell in 5th. In the LMP, in the Hypercar AMS is Oliver Day, Mike Bice, John Mayer, Eric Monet, and Wayne Hutchinson. In the GT3s is Ryan Paulbert Reyes, Max Sumperlap, and Brian Verbrascum, with Alan Holden sitting in the top 4 of the GT3 Pros. In the GT3 AMS is Adam Gray, Stephen Miller, David Anderson, and Eugene Mazur. Becky Healy-Clark out on the racetrack, but is at the back end of the field. The hypercars going round here for this restart. Herlock's out in front. Kirby's going to sit in behind. and he has got a backup. Cameron Barker sitting in behind there, offering some wingman defense with 2 hours and 4 minutes here for them. Ross, just really quickly before we get going, who do you think is going to come out on top?
Oh, I don't want to make any predictions right now, but I can tell you that those drivers that are in that top 5, top 6 positions there, those are going to be the ones to watch to the end of this thing.
Yep, right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, over the line go the hypercars. Are we ready? Are we rocking? Are we rolling? Herlock is rolling, and he has got the jump out in front. It's very hard in single file to really lose that front position unless he makes a mistake going in down into turn 1, which he has not done. Herlock, Kirby in now in second place. Barker, Uyan sitting there pressurizing him. He's got Mike Bell, Magnus Dahlgren locked in behind him. The GT3s are coming over the line. Ryan Pulbert Reyes leads the way with Max Sunferlap in second and Burscombe in third as they go round turn 1 at the same time. No real dramas for anybody. Everybody got away cleanly there, Jim, and everybody is up and running.
Well, I'll tell you what I can't wait to see right here. Now that Kirby and Herlock have fresh tires and a full fuel load again, let's see if Kirby puts some pressure on him hard now. If that was maybe he did scorch his tires up a little bit on that last run, and if the fresh tires are going to make a difference. And I'll also be curious to see if those Cadillacs of Herlock's team are still running as loose as they were on that first session, because they were running right on the edge of out of control there. So it'll be some interesting things here to watch in the next few laps to see how it shakes out.
Yeah, Kirby goes in through Le Mans, absolutely nails it there. Great job from Dan. He is going to be chasing that man in front. Herlock in the yellow and red. It's the 2 Dans out in front, and they are the ones leading the way. But here comes Kirby. He looks to the outside line. He's in the red and black. They're going to go down into turn 1. Kirby backs out. He allows Herlock to take that position, and he lives to fight another day. I think for Dan Kirby here, Ross, he had a spite of the cherry and decided better of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to play out now, because I have a feeling maybe Dan Kirby on the outset might have been going with a fuel strategy, and that's why Herlock was able to get such an aggressive run on him early on. Dan might have just tried to hold him up, delay him a little bit early on, but now that it's been reset, we might see a different side of Kirby. We might go Jekyll and Hyde here, and he may try and push to try and get around ahead of him in case we might have another red flag, or because the whole strategy is thrown out the window, and now it's just time to push.
Yeah, I might climb all over it now. That's it. I think, to be blatantly honest with you, the strategy has evaporated, being that you planned for 2.5, and now you've only got 2:01 on the clock. It's surely got to be a go, go, go situation for Dan Kirby. He's nestled in once more. This is the run down into Le Mans. Nope, he's hard on the brakes. He's thinking about it. Herlock nails the in-road. He doesn't get a great exit out the second part. Kirby gets through and absolutely motors on now, and is going to be closing up with this gap. This is the situation, Jim, with this draft. It doesn't matter if he's 6 tenths back, 3 tenths back, 2 tenths back. He's going to be having a sniff by the time they get into turn 1.
Yeah, he's going to get a look if he wants to make a run here on the outside. That's a tough pass to make, especially when on tires that are still relatively, they're not up to temperature probably quite yet. Yeah, see, he had a little lock up there. He thought better of that. It looked like he had a little front lock up there. He may have his brake bias a little too far forward.
Yeah, I'm sure Dan, who is on the testing team at CMS, will figure out what he's got to do. Barker's nestled in here once more, and is Barker going to be looking to make that move? Well, we will live to find out very, very shortly, because I'll tell you what, he's nestled right in, and he's looking a little bit feisty for Cameron Barker. Mike Bell, Troy Uyan. Bell did manage to get past Uyan. Uyan is now down into 5th place. He is, of course, the son of John Uyan, who is sitting in 7th. behind Timon, or in front, I should say, of Timon Suvic, but behind Magnus Dahlgren. And still down in the GT3s, Paulbert Reyes still leads over JT Tammy, Alan Holden there at the same time, and Dan Kirby, nearly loses it going into Le Mans.
I'll tell you what, Kirby is a smart race car driver. He put himself in a position that made Herlock take that turn offline, and that's exactly what happened. He almost lost it because he wasn't on the proper line going into that chicane, and now look, he's actually gotten by him here with the lead.
Yeah, Kirby takes the lead. Barker's nestled in. Kirby's going to chop the nose off him there. Oh, there was contact. There was contact from Herlock over Kirby. Kirby managed to hold it. And unfortunately, well, both men managed to live to fight another day, Mr. Smith.
That, I mean, props to both of them. I know that they're pushing to the absolute limit right now. They're both very competent drivers, and I would say amongst their teams, they're probably going to give each other the most respect they can. They certainly don't want to come out of this race with any penalties going forward, because that's just going to hurt the team chances. But you can see that you've just got a big old Smile Power CMS Pro sandwich going here in the top 5.
Yeah, we have the guys there down in the GT3. Adam Gray leading the way. Stephen Miller is sitting in second place. This is the GT3 AMS. Micah Dawn is locked in behind these guys. He's the black and white at the back. Miller is in the famous orange and green once again, and he's doing a great job. Gray in the front. 911 GT3 there. Is he going to be able to sweep round Adam Gray? Micah Dawn gets close. The in front is Norm Graff, Stephen Miller sitting in, Bursted Inc is in the mix at the same time. And then we've got Walker in behind that. This group of little GT3s here, Jim, having a nice little ding-dong.
This is some good racing right here. There's 10 cars here within a second and a half of each other. They are putting on a fight. Is that Becky back in the mix there?
Ely Clark is a little bit further down. She's sat in her own pack with Eugene Missouri and Craig Pullen in and around her at this moment in time. You can see there's some side-by-side action taking place. Stephen Miller is going in the part of the group. He has got Walker behind him. He's also got Bussenink in front. This is where that draft's going to pay off now for the likes of this battle, because these cars do draft, Ross, and they close up very, very quick.
Yeah, the slipstream here is so important to the way that these the driving behavior and the fuel economy of the cars, and we saw that especially on Thursday with NARS. It was one of the ways that Dan Kirby was able to take huge advantage of what was going on in the race, because he could just slipstream basically the entire first stint and get an extra 2 laps on a competition, which was a huge payoff for him by the end. And you're going to see the same thing going down through the GT3s, because anytime you can stay off of pit road, it's going to be huge. Boy, look at that, Alan Holt right up to the back of these.
Yeah, JT Tammy, Ryan Paulbert Reyes, Alan Holden sitting in third place. He's getting very, very feisty indeed in that Ferrari 296. Behind, we've got Mike Bell, Troy Uyan on the right-hand side. Onto that wicked nose we go with that Cadillac. He's got Bell in front of us. Just haven't quite got the top pace there. Not enough to clear Mike Bell for Troy Uyan. He's going to have to try again at the next part of this, which is the run out of turn 7, Jim, down to into the Le Mans chicane.
Well, he's certainly in a good spot there to catch that draft. It looks like he had to get on the brakes a little hard there as Mike Bell got that rear end hung out a little bit. I think Troy decided to add a little extra brake there to make sure they didn't run into the back of him.
Troy nestled in 5th, Dahlgren 6th, Mike Bell 4th, Herlock in front of them in 3rd. Barker has cleared Herlock. So Barker is now sat in 2nd place. He's in behind Kirby 1.2 seconds. And Barker there now with Dan Herlock 0.6 seconds back from him. So Herlock's gone from the lead, he's gone below Kirby, and now he's gone below Barker. And now we're coming into traffic once more. You can see on your screen, through he goes, Kirby. Barker's going to try that run as well. They're going to have to try to go sweep around the outside of these GT cars all the way through. But at the moment here, CMS Pro out in front, Ross, and well, opening up that gap back to Dan Herlock.
Yeah, this is going to be a total team play. Dan and Cameron are going to do everything they can to optimize that car's performance and do the old tandem slipstream, kind of like you saw in the NASCAR days some years ago when they would do that to just blitz away. They're going to have to be very careful slicing through the GT traffic as always, because Smile Power is going to close right up to them at any. Oh, and it looks like that's going to happen right now.
Block him in.
That's right there, and it's going to be side by side.
Pushed him out. Barker pushed him out. He gave him a little hip check. You're not blocking me in. Barker then goes loose. Herlock manages to go through. And Herlock did get in front of Barker, but boy, oh boy, did Barker get the elbows out. He was there putting them all over the racetrack. You can see the GT3s in and around us. There's lots going on. There's everybody, everything. A big send from Bell. He's trying to get up the inside of Barker. Barker needs to come back into that inside line if he can. He's got to go across. You've got about an inch gap, mate. If you are going to bring it down, you need to bring it down right now. Right now. Down, down, down he goes. And he does just manage to slot into the front of Bell. Bell now pulls out. Oh, Kirby, but they've had a crash. Kirby Herlock. Kirby's off the side of the racetrack.
He was able to recover, but that was devastating.
Kirby
Yeah,
and
no
Herlock
way he
had a
doesn't.
crash.
No way he
now-
doesn't have damage from that. Wow. What? That's been 2 minutes of some absolutely insane racing right there.
You can see
Like I said
Herlock.
before at the top, there were going to be fireworks with these two teams for sure.
Yeah, Herlock still in front. Barker still sitting in second place. And then now behind that is Mike Bell. It's a Smile Power. It's 3-2-on-1 situation. Kirby is all the way down into sixth. We'll try and see if we can get that back up so we can have a look at it. Is working on it. They did crash, unfortunately, on the straight going into Le Mans. There was also car number 47 in the GT3s involved. That was Elko Busenink, who just thought, hey, I've got a red flag here because I've recovered from my first shocker, and now you two go and pump me going into Le Mans. So for poor old Elko, he's going to have to fight one more time, and hopefully he doesn't have damage either there, Ross, because he just managed to recover from his race one shocker.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the timing right now. That was really unfortunate that he got caught up and that he had nothing to do with it from what I could see, at least from that initial angle. It was pretty quick though, and I think it was just the two hypercars pushing to the absolute limit. But you know, hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more eyes on it to go back and see. But I'm just looking at it right now, and Dan Kirby, who by the way has the fastest lap at a 1:33.753. He's sitting back in fifth. I didn't see that he got any kind of penalties. So if he's able to work his way through traffic and get a little bit of gift from traffic, he may be able to still come back into this fight and make and make a little bit of headway. Oh no!
Oh, Barker's round.
Oh man, he got loose there, and one of those Porsches came in and tagged him from behind and spun him. How unfortunate. Yeah, that's supposed
That
to
was
be
actually
right
a Mercedes. I think that was one of the Mercedes there in the anime livery. Has gone and put him round. He's dropped all the way down. Yeah, Cameron Barker down into 16th. Now it's a Smile Power 1-2 Herlock Bell. They are putting laps on hypercars at the same time. Unfortunately for some of these hypercars, they will end up finishing this lap down situation. I can tell you now, Barker is straight back into pits. He is out and DNF'd for Cameron Barker. He has gone. That is one of the CMS boys out of the race. Cameron Barker is gone here, Ross. And he probably decided enough was enough after that situation.
You know, looking at where he was, I think what may have happened was the car stalled on him, and for whatever reason, his ignition wasn't starting again. So if I had to guess, because it didn't look like the hit there was enough to do terminal damage to the car, I think that might have just been a technical issue, and he's probably going to try and come back in. At least that's my guess. But even if he does, he's going to be laps down.
Yeah, for Parker, he's got to make a choice whether or not it's worth coming back for, or whether or not it's not worth. 1 hour, 50 minutes on the clock. Herlock out in front by 4 seconds. He was involved with dramatics with Dan Kirby. Then we've got Bell involved in dramatics with Barker. And now we're going to see Dahlgren and Uyan. Are they going to be involved in dramatics with himself? Because they've got Kirby nestling onto the back end. This is Kirby's thrive moment. This is where he's now going to put his hammer down and turn around and say, you are not doing that to us. And I wouldn't be surprised here if we see him back in that top 3 very, very quickly here. But at the moment, though, Jim, some of these guys kind of got to settle down just a little bit.
They certainly do. That was some intense racing right there. And like I said, unfortunately, that GT3 car got caught up in that as well. But it looks like now that Herlock's settling into a nice little comfortable gap right now, almost 5 seconds. And his teammate behind him. So,
Now we've got a replay on your screen.
Here we go.
This is the Kirby Herlock. You'll see they knock doors and then unfortunately it happens on the street, and there's Elko Busening again. Unfortunately for him, he just goes round. Kirby does manage to hit the wall, recover and carry on. So for Kirby, he was quite lucky on that one, but Herlock now out in front by 4.9 seconds. Uyan is in a little bit of a battle at the moment. He has got Dahlgren in behind him. He's trying to chase down Bell. That gap is coming down, but Kirby and Dahlgren still on your screen currently. Nothing happened. Alan Holden and JT Tammy, but I can tell you now, Uyan and Bell are side by side going into turn 1. Currently, Alan Holden there leading the GT3s as he did on Thursday night at the same time, and Troy Uyan and Mike Bell now just managed to get it sorted out, and Mike Bell is in front of Troy Uyan. So these guys resume battle, Jim, and 1 hour 47 minutes remaining.
Yeah, you get the 2 Smile cars up there with Herlock and Bell. That's if they run some team situation here, they should be able to stretch it out a little bit and try to stay away from Kirby. And Kirby may have suffered a little bit of aero damage or something like that to his car in that incident. We'll have to see. Maybe he can get that fixed on a pit stop if that's the case. He seems to be running still consistent lap times right up there, same as all the leaders, so maybe not. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Uyan.
There's a Ferrari off. It looks like may have been Peter Meyer, may have also, is he off? Yeah, was it Peter Meyer? It was Peter Meyer. Unfortunately, he had a moment with Karen Pullen. So unfortunately for them too, a little bit of dramatics taking place there. As Mike Bell, Troy Uyan side by side going into turn 1. You see yellow in sectors 1. That could be through the fact that Mr. George Angelidis looks like he has had an incident with Kyan Pullen as well. So there has been a big old incident going on in turn number 1. Oh, I don't know if you're going to have a look back at that one, Mr. Producer, sir, but Pullen and Angelidis. So there we go. Mike Bell, Troy Uyan still in second and third here, Jim, but now they've got Dahlgren closing up.
Yeah, well, they brought him back into the mix, and Uyan took a shortcut across there. I don't know if there's a slowdown penalty would be involved in that, because he certainly cut the track there on that incident, but so far he seems to be doesn't seem to be affected by a penalty or anything, so we'll have to see. But yeah, they were running side by side there a second ago, and here they come back down.
Ryan Paulbert Reyes has had an incident with Gwilym Bank, and Gwilym went off the side of the circuit. He came across the international horseshoe, and unfortunately the car was still out of control, and he went and hit the side of Paulbert Reyes unfortunately for him. So Ryan Paulback Reyes is unfortunately been involved in an incident with Willem Bank. Whether or not that's going to damage the car. Mike Bell, Troy Uyan still running side by side down into turn 1. We got the 9X8 of Gutierrez missing the Le Mans. Bell and Troy Uyan side by side. Uyan's going to try the cutback. They're going to go side by side again. Through the kink on the right, through the kink on the left. Now it's down into the horseshoe. Who's going to be able to make it? Uyan comes out in front. Nice little battle there, Ross. Some nice little side-to-side battles.
Yeah, it's like father like son. They're definitely giving Mike Bell a run for his money. I think Mike will be able to come back. He said himself that he's not much for fuel saving, so he should be going full beans, although it's hard to say whether or not he's adjusted strategy coming off of that red flag period. But both of them are obviously pushing very hard. You've got, I think that's Dahlgren back behind the two of these guys, and he's just kind of licking his chops, seeing if they're going to take each other out. Although at this point, I think Troy's probably going to run away from him. He looks like he might be set up to have a little bit more pace than Mike at the moment, but we'll see what the slipstream does for him.
Yeah, Uyan now into second place, running off. Is he going to be able to escape from Bell into Le Mans? I think you're just going to see Mike Bell come straight back at him here, coming out the other side, to be honest with you, Jim.
Yeah, I'm shocked that these hypercar drivers have their elbows out. They are absolutely driving so aggressively. This is quite surprising this early, this early in this race.
Yeah, we've got a few DNFs on the board. Unfortunately for some of these drivers, it is game over. Vinicius Concalves, Kyle Pullen, and if we can find that Pullen incident, he hit George Angelides. Scar Pope, Craig Pullen, both Pullens are out. Cameron Barker and Vasilis Kataranakis are all out of this race so far. And it looks like it's been more and more having a little bit of an issue. Mike Bice has caught the Le Mans chicane. He's got a little bit of a trouble and goes round Eric Monet. All of these drivers, Mike and Eric, both come up from GT3s. Ross, it looks like they're on a steep learning curve, and they're on a steep learning curve very, very quickly.
Well, yeah, this is going to be for everybody, as we see one of the Vassar Sullivan label cars here. Looks like it might have been just self-induced there. Over on the side, was that it's either Pullen or Meyer? Pullen, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened there. He might have just over-rotated coming off of the corner. But yeah, as to your point, it's a learning curve for everyone going in this year. All the cars are going to feel different, particularly the GT3s. Everything is going to be new and shiny for all the drivers involved. So coming into this one, it's trying to figure out not only how to make yourself fast for a single lap, but how does the car balance perform over the entire stint. And that's what drivers are going to be faced with right now. If they haven't done near enough testing on their own, they're going to start to see, okay, what's the reality of this situation? Is the car going to actually still perform the way that I'm expecting it to? Does that balance change? Have I roughed some of my tires up too much? Like Dan Kirby, how is he going to handle this now that he's flat spotted almost assuredly coming through the Le Mans chicane? Or is he's going to be able to make it? Good shot here at Michael Locke fighting Timon Suvic down in the ranks in the pro hypercars. As we have one of the CMS pros coming across at John Ewan, sorry.
Oh, he's right out in the...
Facing the other way.
Ooh.
Spin it back round, John. He does manage to get it round for John Uyan and gets on his bike once more, but it's a big, hairy moment there. Unfortunately.
Yeah, facing the wrong way. Facing the wrong way with those hypercars coming through there. That's got to be a little scary. But he managed to get it back around.
That's very similar to the large incident we saw at Daytona when one of the hypercars came off that left wall over there and back into traffic. And sent some of the cars off. That not near as bad as that was. That could have been a lot worse, especially for George Angelides, who you saw coming through the right side of the shot.
Yeah, George has had his own issues with rejoins there, as him and Pullen had an incident on that. It looked like George may have moved, and then Pullen come around the corner and unfortunately hit him. So, yeah, big incidents for some of these drivers already. As I say, we have lost 6 cars currently. Not quite sure how many more we're going to be losing over the next hour and 40 minutes. But the battling has kind of dwindled down a little bit. We've still got Holden and JT having a nice little battle in the GT3s there on your screen. I expect JT to have a good old go with the power of that Aston Martin. What do we think, Jim? Is he going to be able to get him into Le Mans?
Well, this is the perfect spot for that Aston Martin for sure. He's already sucked right up on the back of him, and he's taking advantage of that draft and take a dive down the inside. We'll see how. Wow. He didn't pull up on him quite like I expected. Here he comes. He went in there hard on the braking zone, but he didn't really pull him on the straight like I thought he would.
Yeah, Holden made a mistake coming out of Le Mans. Now, unfortunately, he's pegged in because there's hypercars on the outside of us. That's Gilles Lalonde in the 9X8 there. Now he's going to be able to go for Holden if he wants to have a go. He doesn't. He slots back in. Don't think he's quite got the draft pace to pull himself forward. And it does look like Holden's a little bit quicker, Ross, in that than that Aston Martin.
Yeah, he's definitely got some strengths and weaknesses. Watching this, you can see how both drivers are very different in the way that they're hitting their braking points. That Ferrari's able to kind of go a little bit deeper in initially, and then JT's able to close up around that center segment of the braking acceleration point, and then just draws right into him. We'll see what he can do coming out of turn 6-7 area, coming onto the banking, because that's going to be the most important spot to try and get a pass on him into the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, Alan Holden still out in front of JT. The Aston Martin, the Ferrari 296. Here we go, through turn 7 they go. This is where the speed's got to pick up. Holden runs out a little bit wide. Aston Martin takes the tighter line. JT pops up. He's going to use the variance of the banking going down to try and recover some of the speed. Is he going to be able to close in at the moment? 1-4, 1-3, 1-2, 1-1. Is he going to be able to get him going into Le Mans? I don't think he's going to be close enough. He's kind of hit a bit of a brick. He's going down below a second. JT Tammy pulls out, slots back in once more. Is he going to give it run out the other side, Jim?
I mean, he clearly doesn't have the power to pull up on the side of him on the straight like we thought he would, but he got a good run right there, and he is up on the side of him now. Let's see if he can pull away from him here. They're running side by side, basically.
Yeah, side by side, Holden and Tammy. Now Tammy's on the outside line, Holden's on the inside. He's going to get that shorter run to 1. You can see Tammy's got his nose ahead, then Holden comes back and says no. Tammy's got to send it in deep and see if he can cut him back here over what they traditionally have started labeling the esports line round the outside there, over the line of turn number 1. Holden holding on. Tammy still managing to keep it going, tucked in right behind him. Now they've got hypercars on their way through as well. That's the 09 car, I believe that is behind them. That's Benjamin Porteous Heath. These GT3s still want to continue to fight. We still want them to fight. Coming down into turn number 6, Holden, hold it. Has managed to hold it there, Jim, and now they resume once more.
Tammy's back there behind him, flashing his lights like a German businessman on the Autobahn. Like Alan's just going to pull over and let him go by there. That's kind of funny. But here he comes with a nice run off the turn again. I don't think he quite got the run he got last time out of there, so I don't think he's going to be able to pull up on the side of him now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that Aston Martin's quite got the pace over the Ferrari. Even when he's in the draft at the moment. Yeah, now Tammy's going to look up the inside. Is he going to send it in? Nope. He nestles in behind him, through the left, through the right, over the exit, on the right, on the left now. Here goes JT. We've got a hypercar in the mix. That hypercar has gone through. I believe that may have been our leader, Dan Herlock, but Holden managing to hold that outside line here, Ross. What has JT got to do? He just doesn't look like he's quite got the pace on the straights.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's just taking advantage of those better runs and is going to try and get ahead of him, or if the Allen is truly holding him back. I mean, obviously this is one of those situations where you can see the cars are just slightly offset in their strengths and weaknesses. It can create this type of situation where they're just fighting each other in different segments of the track, and It's exciting for us to watch, but it's so frustrating for somebody like JT, who's like, if I could just get in front of you, I'd be in a good shape, and can hold Alan Holden on maybe an outside line going into turn 1 and then scamper away. But Alan's not giving him that pleasure right now. He's just holding him in place, and might be able to sneak a nose down now.
He's got a nice run right there.
JT tucks his nose on the inside. Is he going to be able to get him on the outside of number 6? Still nothing at the moment. Hypercars now coming through. That is Uyan and Bell.
They're having a heck of a battle. Those two are all over each other as well.
But it is Holden and Tammy. Now we've got Uyan and Bell on the screen. These guys closing in. You can see the draft is stronger in the Hypercars, but not as much in the GTs. Is he going to be able to come out the other side here? I think Mike Bell here, Ross, is going to really try and hold on to Troy Uyan as much as he can.
Yeah, and I don't know how much either one of those drivers has sustained damage from some of the earlier scuff-ups. Mike Bell has been able to just close back in and stick with Troy, who we saw earlier was able to charge up pretty rapidly, but it looks like he's been able to maybe equalize some of that discrepancy now, either changing strategy or he might have just come into a more comfortable part of the segment for the car. But he's definitely sticking with him and utilizing that slipstream as much as possible. And we'll see, maybe even Troy's backed off a little bit for fuel saving. It's hard to say. Fuel saving, I have to point out, is going to be critical here wherever you can get it. Any driver who can avoid an extra stop going down pit road is going to benefit massively, because pit road speed, I believe, is 60 kilometers per hour, which feels like you're absolutely crawling like a snail on that long straight line down through the infield there. So if you can avoid that extra stop for a splash and dash, you might be able to come through as a hero in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, let's see how these guys are going to get on. I don't think there's been much fuel saving, to be honest, up to this moment in time. Porteous Heath on your screen with Wayne Hutchinson just dropping off about a second below. That's Paulbert Reyes there on the inside. He's been in a couple of little scuffles and scriffles this evening. Let's see if he can hopefully now not have them problems. You see Oliver Day 1.3 seconds up the road from these guys. Down into the horseshoe we go. The inside line, still nothing doing with Uyan and Bell. Still nothing doing with Tammy and Holden. They are literally all the same. They're side by side through the left-hander. Nope, they've settled back in behind each other. And Benjamin Porteous Heath here with Wayne Hutchinson through the right-hander. Is he going to be able to get this done, Jim? Another pockets of battle starting to materialise.
Everywhere, all over the track, up and down. It was good to see that Toyota running up there. I don't think he had enough for him. Now we're back to this Holden Tam battle. It seems like everybody talked about how much speed the Aston had on the straightaways and stuff, but we don't see it here in the draft. I wonder if JT has his car set up more with a little more downforce package to handle the infield. A lot of people, the way they raced Daytona, they were doing that. They either had their car set up for the long straights, or they had it set up for the infield. And he seems to have his set up for the infield, because he is all over Holden through this entire infield, and then he can't pass him on the straight. So I wonder if the roles were reversed, if Holden would get right back by him on the straightaway.
Yeah, you see, it does look like he does manage to close in, but can Tammy have that pace coming out the other side? Again, he's got that tighter line. Again, Holden's gone up high, and now Tammy's on the inside. This could really mix it up. This hypercar, you got to go, son. You got to go 3 wide. Take it up the hill. You got speed for days unless you're really, really struggling. Your uncertainty is causing a problem, young man. You've got pace for days in that car over the GT3. Go around the outside. Now you're just going to cause drama. There was almost contact. That uncertainty in that purple LMP or GTB has literally caused the drama. So much uncertainty going out. I don't know why he was flashing them. He's got pace for days. What is he expecting them to do on a bank in there, Ross? When they're already side by side, you can go 3 wide here.
Yeah, you can. I think Carl maybe coming into that, he wasn't exactly sure what Alan was doing there, because he was a little bit further up the embankment, and he may not have thought that he was going to be able to sneak through. So he just, took discretion as a better part of valor. But unfortunately, it did cause a bit of a stack up, and now JT is out in front. So we'll see if Alan's able to hold onto the back of that the Aston Martin. But as we were talking about that, look at the background. Those two AMGs, those two teammates there of Schlichting and Junt, they have closed back up, and now they're going to be in this fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that traffic really kind of caused a little trouble there for these GT3 cars. And JT, as I predicted, is pulling away from him on the infield now. It'll be interesting to see when they get out in the straights if that Ferrari can suck back up on him with the draft. If my theory was correct about the way they had these cars set up. But you're right. Now we got those two AMG Mercedes. They are right there in the fight as well. And we know they're going to draft well together because they're teammates.
Here we go. Well, we're going to find out what Alan Holden's going to be able to do in that Ferrari. Has he got that car set up purely for the oval situation? 8 temps, 8.7. You can see it coming down at a rapid rate of knots. Stuart barges off the side of the circuit in sectors 2, 7 temps. Is he going to be able to pull it in going into the next part? Through Le Mans he goes with the yellow and blue curbs, comes out the other side. Big buddy hop from Holden. Back out to 8 temps. Got that all a little bit wrong. Now coming into the long left-hander again. And at the moment you can see Mike Bell, Troy Oyan fighting it out. Holden's not closing in here, Jim. If anything, he's losing time.
Yeah, and it looks like, Uyan's going to get back around him because of this lap car, it looks like. But it looked like Mike Bell had gotten by Uyan there for a minute, and but that lap car certainly came into play there, and Mike Bell got stuck behind it and lost that position back to Uyan again.
Yeah, 1 hour 28 on the clock. Let's bring you up some updates. Herlock is out in front with Uyan after incidents involving Cameron and Barker and Bell. That's one of the incidents. Herlock is not completely innocent, mind you. He was involved in his own incident with Kirby on the straight leading into Le Mans, that very chicane. In the Hypercar AMS, it's John Mayer out in front with Gwynn Bank sitting in second, and we've got Mike Bryce in third, Ollie Day in fourth, and Benjamin Porteous-Heath in 5th place. Great job from the guys in the GTPs. In the GT3 Pros, it is JT Tammy leading the way over Alan Holden, and in the GT3s, Tammy, Holden and Schlichting, your 1, 2, 3 currently. In the GT3 AMS, it's Stephen Miller out in front, and he is leading the way with David Anderson in 2nd place, and Eugene Mazur is in 3rd. So Eugene down in 3rd place. I can tell you now, Anderson is not far away from Miller as they continue their fight in through the infield. But on your screen currently at the moment is Dan Herlock, I believe. Nope, it's not Herlock. It's Mike Bell chasing down John Uyan still. But there is Miller in front of us, and these guys have got to battle these traffic again here. Ross, hour and 27 minutes coming into this now, mate. Are we looking at pit stop strategies? Are we looking at where you're at for fuel? What are you doing with an hour and 27 minutes left?
It's really difficult to say, because going into this, I can say particularly for the GTs, they were contemplating maybe being able to do a one-stopper. Those cars can go about 60 minutes or so, and you can lengthen that out if you're able to fuel save. It didn't look like it was going to work, but now that they've chopped off the first 20 minutes or so of the race, that makes it a stronger possibility. It might be something that JT Tammy was holding on to. Perhaps he was fuel saving quite a bit, even though it looked like he was certainly battling. Alan holding a little bit of slip there by the Toyota. It looked like he might have been able to possibly pull back some of that fuel strategy. So if we see him only stop once and then jump the rest of the field, that'll certainly be an indicator there. For the hypercars, it's anybody's guess. We've seen so many of these guys and girls going around and making the most of what their car can give them, and whether or not they're burning the fuel as fast as the car will drink it, or if you know, they're being a little bit more sly and coy with the way that they're using that fuel. It's tough to say, but we'll see that pretty soon here, because I believe we are going to be coming up on some pit stop cycles fairly soon.
Yeah, Mike Bice battling it out with Ollie Day. This is another one of a DNF. Ben Kesby, unfortunately for him, just DNF'd. Well, I can tell you, he had a blaring off track going into Le Mans. Coming out the other side, unfortunately for him, he hit the curb, put it up into the upper wall, and out is Kesby, Schlittling, and David Jun. Teammates here, Ross, what do we reckon? They're going to fight as much, or they're going to push each other forward?
Knowing these two, I think that they're going to pretty much stay in line. If David Junt shows that he's got more advantage, I think that Schlichting will let him by, and then they'll just kind of patty cake their way to the end. Let's see, what do we have going on here?
He goes up now, yeah, hits the outside curb. Bang, sideways straight into the wall for Kesby. I know me and the McLaren could do over an hour by lifting and coasting and doing laps about 1:48. Ooh, that's about 4 or 5 seconds off the best laps of the leaders in GT3. Is that about right, Ross, or is that a little bit on the slow side?
That might be further. I mean, you might see those from the AM side. I think maybe some of the top drivers could bring that down a little bit, but it is tough to say because it all comes down to how much the drivers have used their car, how much they're set up to be able to drive it in that fuel save mode, and how much traffic they're getting into or help they're able to get on track. Because for instance, David Junt here, he might pull up and just lock position right behind his teammate Schlichting, and they could get a massive fuel savings. They may even leapfrog each other and trade off, so that way the other one can get some fuel saving before they end up having to go in and pit. But it could be done. I think that they're definitely going to be in a window where some drivers are going to have to think long and hard as to whether or not they're going to want to try and do that. For the hypercars, though, it's again, it'll come down to what each individual driver has for their situation, I think. And we're not going to know that until they start coming in here.
Yeah, the first hypercar AM has just gone in. Gwilym Benk, he was having a nice little battle with John Mayer, and Gwilym then peeled off and went into pit lane. Barger's got a penalty there. Benk's in, Uyan's in pit lane. We've got David Junt mixing it up here in the GT3s with William Schlichting there. These guys continue to be in the same team, following each other through. Unfortunately, we've got the hypercar AMs, Ollie Day and Benjamin Portier-Seif there. That Mercedes did take a little bit of a trip off, but he's lucky that the only person he's got behind him is his teammate. Doesn't result in a loss of position for him, but I can tell you one thing there though, Ross, he hung on and was quite lucky in the process.
Yeah, it was definitely a pucker moment, and it's brought him back in. Hopefully he didn't cop much damage from that, although I can tell you, if I'm Schlichting, I would be pretty cross about whichever vice brother that was that came by and knocked off the front of my nose, because now his tires are probably going to be pretty warm from that incident, particularly at the rear. Hopefully he's able to keep it steady going into turn one. We'll see if he loses too much time.
Yeah, I think that might have been Mike, because Mike's in the lead with Mike is already sitting in second. Portier-Seif riding behind him now, side by side, going in to turn number one. Portier-Seif in the black and red, Mike in the bright orange and yellow. Continue to fight round through turn one. That looks a very precarious, cautious corner by a lot of them. Herlock is in pit lane. Dan Herlock in pit lane. Mike Bell's also in pit lane at the same time. This is where the pit stop cycles now, Jim, are going to be very, very important, and they've got to bury everyone.
Yeah, you got to get on and off pit road as quick as you can without getting a penalty. Penalties can be a huge factor. You've been going fast and you hit pit road, and it's so easy to speed right there. But then, yeah, it's all going to be about strategy here. Clearly, these guys weren't fuel saving, or at this point, I think. But that was pretty obvious by the way they were racing.
Yeah, definitely are, but they're not going to stop racing. They're going to keep going here. Poitier, see if it's going to close in. He's making a decision on where he's going to go. Is he going to go high over Mike? Is he going to go low over Mike? Mike's gone back out high. He let it drift up. Heath coming on the inside. Is he going to take the line? He does. Bice is offline a little bit, but Heath's going to come through the other side. He's going to have the better exit. Now it's going to be nose to tail here. Mike Bice in front in the green and yellow. Benjamin Poitier Heath in that Toyota GR01 against, well, funny enough, they're both in Toyota GR01s, and Benjamin is going into pit lane, and that is the end of that. Nothing more frustrating there, Jim, than seeing a battle and then all of a sudden it just stops.
Well, it's that time of the race, you know. At least for the hypercars, we shouldn't see that from the GT3s yet. So
maybe not yet. Hour and 20 on the clock. Maybe they can get some of these only down in one stop. Kirby's coming in.
Oh my goodness!
Goldberg there. You see Bell and Uyan still continuing to fight at the same time.
Is that Anderson?
Is that
Corvette?
Back marker there in behind?
No, not Anderson. They've been either Norm Graff. I think it was Norm Graff actually sliding across there.
Yeah, he. That was certainly an inopportune time to lose it there and slide across the track. He got really lucky, as did Bell, who was, I believe, who he slid across in front of.
Yeah, very, very close there on your screen. But Mike Bell, Troy and sitting in 7th and 8th place respectively. Now get to resume the battle once more. Uyan's now gone into the pits. So the battle dwindles out once more. That's a little bit worrying for Uyan, especially if Bell's further up here.
I wouldn't say, you know, they're on their own strategy. You know, it's hard to tell right now. I think we'll probably see Bell pit in the next lap or two, and they'll be presumably right back together again, assuming they both have equally decent pit stops. These two seem to be no damage, not too much damage from that incident earlier. They still seem to be running very fast times together, and here they come. Oh no, they're going. I thought they were diving in the pits there.
No, they're not at the moment, but I can tell you now, Alexander is sitting in second place. He does have Mike Bell from Smile Power in behind him. And there they are on your screen, that beautiful 9X8. Looks absolutely amazing. They're on their run down into Le Mans. Bell has just gone through. That was very, very easy there, Jim. No real dramas for Mike Bell at that moment in time.
Well, his car's so fast. You know, he's obviously been one of the class of the field guys so far today. And yeah, he made quick work of that. That was a Peugeot, wasn't it? Yeah, it's one of the Peugeots.
Yeah, that's a Crown Dental Group Peugeot 9X8 Evo heading down into the pits. You can tell now it's the Peugeot because it's got that wing on the back end of it. That's not loved.
I love that paint color too. You know, I'm an LSU Tiger.
Yeah, paint color does look good.
That's my kind of colors right there, purple and gold. I like it.
Gilles Lalonde is also on. He's got Johnny Gutierrez with Magnus Dahlgren. That's another 9X8 of Johnny Gutierrez. And he has got Dahlgren for company. He's got 6 seconds, mind you. He's got to try and get a hold of him. While Michael Locke is tucked in, believe it or not, 6.7 in behind that. So Gutierrez and Locke, 6.7 seconds behind. Both men in Peugeots. Down to the GT3s of Something Lap and Michael Dawn as they're continuing their battle here. Jim, action still taking place all the way through. Don't worry, guys, we will get a refresh on the tower. Kirby has not been in the pit lane for 3 minutes, so we'll get that one resolved and sorted out for you. But at the moment, Something Lap and Ely and also Michael Dawn now going at each other round the NASCAR corner.
Yeah, it's what's heating up, like you said, it's heating up all over the track right now. We got a nice little battle going there.
Yeah, we have.
Becky's back up there. I imagine there, like I said, if this all shakes out in the end, there may be some lap penalties that are reassessed that were from earlier in the race, but she's definitely clawing her way back up there after that unfortunate first part of the race for her.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Ely, the first run of the race before the red flag did not go well, but the second one seems to be going a little bit better. Moved herself up into 8th in class. Sunderlap in 7th. Both of these are teammates. So Max Sunderlap and Becky Ely, both from Fatiki Motors Monsters in the Porsche 911 GT3 992. So let's see what goes on. I expect to be blatantly honest with you, Jim. I think this is another team dynamic. Micah Dawn has unfortunately gone out of the race, and I can give you a rough idea why that was. And I've got a funny feeling there might have been a hypercar involved, but Sunderlap and Ely just running round as kind of teammates at the moment.
Right? Yeah. I'm still. Oh no! What do we got?
That's Micah Dawn.
Micah Dawn.
Watch I think the rejoin. Keep this running, please. You'll have a look now. Goes out into the middle of turn 1 and then comes back. Tries to get it out of the way and crashes into the Oliver Day. Your leader, Dan Herlock, in pit lane. So Dan has gone into the pits. Magnus Dahlgren in 3rd. Is just about to go into 2nd as Herlock sitting in pit lane. Mike Bell takes up the mantle. I think this is the thing at the moment here as well, Russ. Apart from witnessing a very poor rejoin from Micah Dawn, everybody kind of at the moment you're sitting back and going, well, Herlock was in the lead. He's now going to be behind all of these guys because of pit stops, but yet the hypercar's probably still got one more coming.
I think so. Yeah, they have to come in for another stop, maybe even one after that. But they definitely have to top off. They're not going to be able to make it more than like 40 minutes or so. So they're going to have to do that. I think one of the questions here is, are any of the drivers going to be doing any kind of tire change? I don't know that they are. As you see, is that Uyan? Yeah, going against Wouter de Bruin. He's it's a pretty good matchup right there. We'll see if John's able to make the pass on him. I'm a little bit surprised that the Alpine hasn't shown quite as much pace. I'm not sure if they've gotten into it. I know they started a little bit further down. They've been working to try and develop the car, but they're definitely struggling a little bit against the Cadillacs, at least here at Daytona, where the Cadillac is strong. Let's see if he's able to sneak in. They're going to have traffic.
Oh my goodness.
That's not how you want to see that end.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, that was
not good.
I don't know. Yeah, not good at all there.
Touch from Uyan, and I tell you what, the 2 GT3s in front just about missed that. And these guys get to carry on their way. The interesting thing is Herlock and Kirby back together on the racetrack. This is kind of like a resume battle incident here, and let's hope this one don't quite happen as much as the first race did. Kirby's on the outside. He's going to try and run Herlock all the way down, going deep into turn 1. Now Kirby brakes early. He's going to try to cut back. Herlock's got it a little bit offline. Kirby's not going to be able to make this through here, but it is a World War II once more here, Jim, as these guys resume their fight.
It's fun to watch Kirby pull some of those setup moves he does. He sent that out there on wide to try to get Herlock to come over in front of him again so he could undercut him and go back under him. I think he could have pulled that off, but it looks like he locked up his front tires a little bit. And it didn't get it done, but that was he's fun to watch the way he sets people up. Be interesting to see how that plays out for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I'm going to be able to see what Dan Kirby's going to be able to do here, whether or not he's going to be able to clear Herlock. They've got a GT3 situation going in as Robert Molin, he's back in the race. That is, I thought Robin was out earlier on. He must have obviously rejoined and come back as he's going in the inside as De Bruin again. Both teammates here. It seems to be Ross. Teammates have come together once again on this racetrack. You know, they seem to be settling in a lot of the run together. Robert Molin and Wouter De Bruin doing the same thing as Max Sunfenlap and Becky Ely Clark behind these guys, both of them from Matigi. Funny how teammates have found each other on the race circuit.
Yeah, and they've a lot of the teammates that are on here, they have similar pace. They've all worked on the different car setups with each other, so they know where they stand as far as that goes. And this very much is a team sport, even though we're not doing the in-car kind of driver swap that you would see in endurance racing, at least until the 4.8 hours of Le Mans. The team dynamics is so important here, and you could see early on when you had Mike Bell and the Smile Power guys with the and Herlock going up against the CMS Pro guys. They had an absolute team dynamic. You were going to have the rear gunner of Cameron Barker trying to fight off Mike Bell to make sure that he couldn't get an in on that group, and obviously that whole dynamic kind of shifted around here. But it's so important, both on and off track, to make sure that you know where your friends are, because there are so many races I know that I've been in where I knew that I needed to have a teammate either to help me out later in a race to stave off a competitor, or to be able to work together and try and get some slipstream action in. And you don't want to see teammates maybe do like what the BMWs did at the 24, but nothing that overt. But certainly teammates can be very effective. Even if one is kind of out of the running further down the field, they can still be very effective at slowing up some of your rivals, you know, doing it the right way, of course. But, you know, as blue flags go, it's not like Formula One or sprint racing where you have to get out of the way. You can run your race, and that can become a very strong strategy whenever those situations arise. But right now, yeah, it is kind of interesting that a lot of the same types of cars, like those Wookiee monsters that we saw there, they've kind of closed in and found each other. So we'll see if any of that type of dynamic plays into how the cars kind of move forward.
Yeah, you know, I love the old blue flags multiple times.
It's a fun kind of conversation because, like you said yourself, you know, it's very different between different disciplines of motorsport, and certainly with endurance racing, it takes on a very different air because of the way the drivers can use it.
It's very difficult. It's very different in every league. Every league's rules are different. There has not been one league that I've commentated on have got the same rules as the next one. Some have got that they're advisory, but please, you know, make it as easy as possible to pass. Others have got get out the way. Some have got you don't have to move at all. You know, it's a very different conversation, and I think people's different perspective of the blue flag rule really does kind of depend on what you grew up with and what was your first incidence of racing as such. With as you can see, Sean Kelly on your screen. He's got Philippe Ducardi in front of him, and these guys are slowly closing on each other. 7 tenths there. Sean Kelly from AM Racing, Philippe Ducardi in the Porsche 963. So, Ross, one thing I do want to quickly pick up on, did you see on your screen there? Ducati's yellow in the bottom, but his livery's white.
Yeah, so for this season, as drivers were going in here, they had the option of submitting their car liveries, and some of them, unfortunately, they didn't make the cutoff to do so, so they weren't able to have their thumbnail icons generated. So what they've done is used a loose skin schematic where you take one of the existing default cars, in this case with Philippe Ducardi, it's that, I think it's the JDC, the yellow 963 car, and then just overlaid on top of it. And as you can see with these two, as they're back at it, they've managed to get theirs in, and they have those icons in place. As you see John Ouillon going around the outside of Alexander there into turn 1, and does he make it stick? He's going to have GT traffic in the way.
No, I don't expect this battle. I think John is quick. No offense to Sarima there, but I think John has been a little bit quicker throughout the race, to be fair, Ross, isn't he? And you know, I don't know. I think he might have the bit for John. Let's see now. Hopefully, he don't prove me wrong here, and ends up spinning it in there at the same time. So we have now lost Alexander McQuarrie and Michael Dawn. So John, who ran last time round, was on a 1:34.3. Alexander 34.91. So John was over a second quicker than Alexander, so they should start opening it up here. So Micah Dawn out, Kesby out, McQuarrie out, Peter Meyer out, Vinicius Goncalves, Kyan Pullen, Scarpope, Craig Pullen, Cameron Barker, and Vasilis Katarinakis. There, get my teeth in. Also out of that race this evening. Jim, a few cars out, you know, and we've still got an hour and 5 minutes to go.
I mean, I think, you're certainly going to see, attrition in these style races, but, overall, considering the size field we started with and the little bit of trouble that we had in the beginning that caused maybe a frustration pull out or two, I think the attrition's been pretty good, actually. They're racing hard, but we're not tearing up a lot of cars.
Yeah, racing hard and fair at the moment. Stacey, no, not Oliver. Dang it, Norm. And says in YouTube chat. That goes into what happened a little bit earlier on with Oliver Day, with an hour and 5 minutes left on the clock. Ross, you've done this race. You've done these 2.5 hours. Do you sit there at any point and think, oh man, I wish this was over?
It depends on where you're at. If you've had incidents early on and you're basically just staying in it to pick up points, for sure. But if you're up in the thick of it, you're not thinking about anything other than trying to get your wheels right and make sure that you don't wipe anyone out, don't wipe yourself out, and the race just flies by. And of course, if you're up in the front, like Mike Bell is, he probably is wishing the race would hurry up and end because he doesn't want anybody to start coming up and catching him.
Yeah, you can see, I think Bell now is out in front by 8.2 seconds, doing a great job. John Mayer and Gwilym Bank coming together in the GTP AMS. There's about a second gap at the moment, but Gwilym is starting to use that draft of the car in the middle as one of the Wookiee Monsters machines, I believe. And now that car has gone past John Mayer, so now Gwilym Bank's going to have to do it all on his own. GT3, whoa, Gwilym in way too hot. And unfortunately, Gwilym Bank has lost it and went off the outside, and off. He went as he went off track there as well, Jim.
He went on halfway around the oval there. He was trying to complete the Daytona 500 lap there, it looks like. I was going to ask Ross about that earlier, what you brought up with the fatigue. This is a pretty long stint for endurance drivers. I mean, they're used to these long runs, but, essentially 2.5 hour race. And then with the situation that we had earlier, these guys are going to have been in the car guys and gals, are going to have been in the car for well over 3 hours. Plus, with the amount of time that we took in the beginnings, and they were out there practicing and qualifying, running their practice laps and stuff like that. That is a long stint to be in these cars. Typically a lot longer than I've ever, ran. About 3 hours is the longest I've ever done.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Jim. At the beginning of the segment, we kind of talked a little bit about how this is what I like to call a compressed endurance format. So it has all the elements of endurance racing, but in a much shorter time stamp. So you're kind of fitting all that stuff in there, with the daytime changes and stuff. Well, we've kind of X'd some of that out there, but it still has a lot of that same feel, and so it makes you equally as tired. And these guys are pushing everything to the limit when they're going through, even when it looks like it might be sort of like a cruise lap or something where you're fuel saving. They are on it the whole time, and you get out of the sim rig at the end of these and you're just absolutely exhausted. You're just covered in sweat and totally tired, and hopefully you had a good race. But yeah, it is exhausting, and you're going to see fatigue start to come into it, whether it's just some of those microsecond decisions that drivers are making, and maybe they miscalculate it, and you know, it costs them a few tenths, or it could be something more where they don't realize they're kind of in the middle of the track as hypercars are coming around, and then they get whacked from behind, and it's a much bigger issue than just losing a little bit of time.
And again, you're absolutely right. Everything you said is exactly what I was thinking myself. I do want to say I don't know, you know, how many of these type of races that's been done in the past, but the idea of running a 24-hour simulated where you run through the day and the night and all of that, that is real intriguing. It's unfortunate we're not going to be able to get that done today due to that server issue, but you know, I love the thought of that. That's just it's exciting. You know, it's like tuning in to watch the 24 hours, but it's all compressed into a couple hours. You know, it's great. Love it.
Yeah, not to toot our own horn again, but CMS has been wonderful, and particularly with VWSC and NARS, and just really making this format something that is unique in the world of endurance racing. Like we don't see as much of this type of format. It's usually something where it'd be your typical, you know, multi-hour with driver swap kind of things where you're replicating real life as much as you can, and those are great races. I love going to the different communities and seeing that, like, you know, P1 and ERC of the past. And we're planning to get some of that here too. But this is great because it allows you to maintain team dynamics if you choose to, and it allows you to get to experience the fun and the thrill of having all of the type of racing, the multi-class racing, and that endurance feel all in one spot. But you don't have to, you know, maybe invest the same amount of time between a bunch of drivers, hope that nobody has any hardware issues. Everyone can still run their own race and feel like they've had a significant impact, and just be out there with everybody at the same time. So it's great fun. I recommend it for anybody who has any kind of interest in this sort of format.
Yeah, I agree. It's really cool, and I think that this is the kind of thing that the more people see it, the more they're going to get involved in it. So, you know, it offers a lot of things that you don't get elsewhere, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And as we're talking, it looks like we're getting some PTs coming into the pits. JT Tammy and Schlichting are in, as is Brian von Bosekum, who, by the way, has done some of the 3D work on some of these cars, especially like the ARX and BMW interiors for the hypercars. So that team is starting to make some stops. I'm wondering if David Junt, who's currently leading the GT3s, is going to plan to come in here pretty soon, maybe on the next lap. We'll see if he's had any good fuel saving there. But that's going to shake it up a little bit there. If JT's able to jump back out, he might be able to clear those guys and get a run back at the top.
Yeah, that's it's been you know, at this point, it seems like those GT stops may be a wee bit early, huh? Or am I off on my calculations? I thought we could go a little bit longer.
They should be just about right if the cars are going to make it to the end. 57 minutes. It's a little bit tight. I may not want to have it that close, especially if I'm trying to do push laps, but you're absolutely right. It's it could be a little bit early. Maybe they just don't have a choice and they got to get in there and fill it up. We'll see.
Yeah, or you know, or maybe they've got a plan to fuel save a little bit in the early part of this next run and then push and try to go for the one stop. Yeah, I thought they would have, based on the calculations I did when we made all the adjustments at the beginning, I figured they would go another 2, 3, 4 laps if they could before they decided to stop and then try to get to the end, you know.
We're going to find out soon enough, as these guys will have taken the pit stops in the GTs. Going to see how they get on and whether or not they're going to be able to get to the end. Bice is still having a battle with Hutchinson, now 9 tenths back. It is closing in once again, and at the moment Bice holding on to that 4th place. Not a bad trip for Mike out in the GTPs for the first time this season. Through Le Mans they go. GT3's coming out the other side here, and at the same time they have managed to close in. Hutchinson got a lot better run. Is he going to be able to make it through with them GTs? So Ross, that's the problem. It's all about reading the road ahead of you.
Absolutely, and that's been problem number one, I think, for
like that.
That Yeah, you don't want to see that there. I think Mike Bice just completely misread that situation as he had his eyes locked on Wayne Hutchison there before one of those GTs. I missed who that was going into the pits. This is for position. This is within the top 5 for the Hypercar AM. So Mike's going to be putting the pressure on Wayne. Wayne is no slouch. He knows how to run a really long, consistent race. So he's going to try and capitalize as much as he can on any of that kind of traffic interference as Mike is coming to terms with his own car in that GR010 with all of its proclivities. But yeah, they're not open. Looks like Carl Struhall's off over on the inside of the field there.
Struhall off on turn number 6 through turn 7. That GT's going to bunch them. Hypercars back up, of course. Hutchinson's going to get the draft from the car in front. That is the number 24. That's John Uyan. He puts it up against the wall, hits the wall in the process. Now he's got to nestle back in. That gap back out to 1.1. Hutchinson did not get a good run through at the moment. Uyan's going to close in on Bice. He's going to try and go underneath him into Le Mans. He does. Bice manages to not jeopardize his run through. Comes out the other side. Hutchinson now 7 tenths back. Got a better run, Jim. Is he going to be able to ever go down into turn 1?
He's still pretty far back there. We'll see how quick he closes that up. It's coming up quick.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going to get there though.
Half a second. We'll have to see how quickly Hutchinson's going to close that gap. Yeah, in fact, it went the other way at one point, extended out on that part, which was quite a surprise.
I think Bice was getting a pull off Uyan though, and that helped him stay ahead there. He was close enough to maybe get a little draft off Uyan in front of him up there.
Ooh, that's JT in the Aston, almost getting involved with Mike. But Mike does make it through, and they manage to keep going once more. Hutchinson sweeps around the outside. No such dramatics for him. Over it wasn't JT. It was the other Aston Martin actually in front that had that incident.
James Walker, right?
Yeah. So it wasn't JT. But I can tell you what, it's benefited Hutchinson immensely here. He's literally on the back end. Is he going to be able to get? He's got half a second this time. Mike gets a little bit squirrely. GT's in the middle of the road, doesn't really know where to go. These guys do go low. Now Hutchinson, is he going to pull up high going into Le Mans? Is he going to get this job done going into Le Mans? Hold on to your hats, ladies and gentlemen. It's just about to get a little bit spicy. Hutchinson manages to keep in behind. He holds on to the line, comes out the exit with such precision that he hasn't lost any time. In fact, he's actually gained time. Now it's all about this run again, Jim. You said he weren't going to make it through that time round about 6 tenths back, but he's now only literally barely 2.
He may get there. I like that. That's good. Yeah, he may get there, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it done around the outside here unless he really drives it in there deep.
Well, over the line he goes. He's going to look to carry speed on the exit. Bice managing to hold on. Hutchinson not making it. Again, unfortunately for Hutchinson, is it going to be a frustration situation for Wayne Ross because he's been in there and stuck there for a couple of times?
Like I said before, he's a very steady racer. I mean, he spends a lot of time in iRacing, and I know that he does quite a bit in endurance racing. So he's a steady hand at the wheel, and he's not going to do anything foolish here. I mean, unless he gets caught out by some GT traffic, I think he's just trying to apply maximum pressure now to Mike Bice, get him to make a mistake. And that car does not look very comfortable through some of these corners. I know he's using some of the all-wheel drive action to be able to drive it the way he wants to, but even on the banking here, like that Toyota just doesn't look quite as centered and stable as some of these other cars, particularly Wayne's car, that Cadillac Series V. But we'll see what he's able to do. He's obviously still fast. They're both very competent right with each other. So I think this is going to come down to Wayne just waiting for a mistake to come his way.
Is that experience in the car, do we think? Wayne's driven these cars before. He was here last season. Mike in the GT3s moves himself up into the Toyota. Is that just experience that Wayne's got over Mike with setup, Ross?
You know, it might tip it in his favor a little bit. You know, the Bice brothers certainly are no slouches when it comes to being able to set up and drive their cars. But like you say, Wayne has spent quite a bit more time, particularly in the Cadillac. So I think that you're probably right. It's going to help him a lot in the end here. And, you know, they're both steady hands. They're both longtime members of CMS, so it's great to see them having this really nice cat and mouse game going throughout the rest of this stint here. They should be coming in for fuel, I want to say, maybe in the next 10 laps or so. So we'll see how that splits them up.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not they're coming together, or Hutchinson's got a different strategy. Has he managed to save fuel? John Mayer has been off, the Brun's been off, unfortunately. A lot of people been in and out of the pits. Elko Bussening's been in, Ducati's been in, he's been out, Graf has also been in, Miller's been in, Walker's been in, Anderson's been in. So a lot of people in and out of pit lane over the last 5 to 10 minutes here. But this battle seems to be looming on. It does look like it will continue. Not a lot else happening up and down the hypercar field. We've got Gilles Lalonde. He's trying to get onto the back of de Bruyn, but that's gap pretty much the same as these two. That Toyota again not looking comfortable through Le Mans there, Jim, and unfortunately for Mike Bice, it does look like he's going to keep having Hutchinson coming at him constantly.
Yeah, I think Ross hit it right on the head there. I think that Wayne is applying pressure. He's not really trying to complete a pass. I think he's just trying to see if he can cause Mike to make a mistake at this point and overdrive the car, which can easily happen, especially if you've got a driver maybe that's behind you who knows fast, or has got a lot of experience, maybe a little intimidation factor. And I think Wayne at this point is just taking care of his car and applying pressure and see what happens. I think if you force Mike to make a mistake, then it benefits him, and if not, he's at least making Mike drive his car hard.
Yeah, we've had a request from Ben in YouTube chat. Can we see car number 7? That happens to be William Schlichting, who is battling out with Bradley Sellers down in the GTs at the moment. Schlichting in 4th, Sellers in 5th. You can see them on your screen. This is the battle looming from these two. We've got a Lamborghini Huracan and a Mercedes AMG Evo GT3 fighting it out here. They've got to try and make it through this traffic, this Le Mans chicane before that hypercar goes on the outside of Ross through. Doesn't interrupt their battle. They are resuming once more. Ross, this is great to see the fact that we've not got a spread out field. There's groups of battles happening across the racetrack.
Yeah, and this is pretty characteristic of this championship. I mean, the battles are always very strong. These teams have, particularly right now, it's kind of wild to see this. Bradley Sellers usually doesn't run in the GT traffic, but he's decided to step into the slower category and really put a good show on here. He was probably about a second or so back before we ended up switching this over and kind of holding station there. So I'm wondering if Schlichting
he's going to hit him!
Ran into some traffic or got run into, and that just brought Bradley right to him, because now it is on right now.
Yeah, it's on, as they say, like Donkey Kong here as these guys.
Oh my goodness, he got in the back of that slower car.
Yeah, he managed to hold it. I don't know what happened to the slower car, but he managed to hold it. That slower car ended up off the side of the circuit there. And I do wonder if that was Norm Graf. It was Norm Graf.
Yeah.
In the Corvette. Just got loose in front, and then unfortunately, but the AMG did manage to hold it there and keep it in front. So a great move. But yeah, not good. You can see coming here, these guys just got loose coming through the corner. There's the Corvette's back end getting a little bit squirrely, and then unfortunately that Mercedes had nowhere to go, and off he goes off the race circuit. So that poor Norm Graf in that Corvette Z06 is now 38 seconds back from Elko Bussing here at the same time. So yeah, he's going to have to keep going. Matt Bice and Eric Monet, the Bice brothers, getting involved in a little bit of everything here, Jim, today.
They are. And again, I wasn't here last year. So both these guys moved up apparently from the GT cars, the GT3s to the hypercars. They sure seem to be holding their own.
Yeah, they definitely do. Don't seem to be having any issues at the moment fighting it out, but they are still, again, as we said, fighting it out once more. You can see Monet in 7th. That is the hypercar there coming through. That's one of the Yuyans, I believe, as he goes through. As the gap now filters out to 1.2 seconds, unfortunately for Eric Monet. Ross, that's the problem, isn't it, with traffic? You get locked into a battle and then you have a car coming at you.
That you just described endurance racing pretty much to its core. That's what every one of them has to deal with, and you just hope that it goes your way. And sometimes, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. But I was kind of watching that, and as I'm watching Eric Moynier back there, I noticed Jerry Chen isn't here today. So the battle we saw last year between the HRC team with George Angelidis and Jason Whited looks like it's a little bit on hold because George is way back, Jerry's gone, and now he's basically, I think maybe Stuart Barge might be coming on board with him. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, you've got Moynier and the usual suspects are kind of out of it, and instead you've got Benjamin Porteous-Heath and the Bice brothers are sort of taking up where they let off, and got a lot of action going on here as we see Johnny Gutierrez I think we're on board with right. Johnny Gutierrez. Yeah, and he's trying to make his way out of the infield.
Yeah, he is battling with Dahlgren here. These guys are 2nd and 3rd. So a great job from these. Bell out in front now by 17 seconds. Dahlgren in behind that 9X8 is a Toyota Evo X8 Evo. Who's going to be the better Evo at the moment? The X8 has stayed there as well, and it is a beautiful car to drive. But Gutierrez handling this one well, Jim.
Well, that was, I'll tell you what, they went through there side by side to that Le Mans chicane, and it looked like the Toyota got a little wheel hop there off the curbing and caused him to drop back a little bit. And he's coming quick, though, isn't he? Golly, look at this.
He is Dahlgren in that Toyota.
Boy, he got a pull right there. That's insane.
The only good thing about the X8 is it's the straight line of the X8 isn't bad. It's not awful, but it's not bad, and that's the thing. I think, Ross, if we was to sit here and say to you, which hypercar would you pick? What is the most balanced for you? Which one would you go with?
Of these two or the whole field? Because that's...
Well, let's go with the whole. Let's go out of these two first, and then we'll go with the whole field after.
That's a tough call because both of them have received such major updates to the way that they perform that I wouldn't really know. Like I think I'd want to try the Toyota. I feel like I might be a little bit more comfortable in the 9X8. But they're so different from what they were before, particularly the 9X8, which just like the way that the Evo's evolved, like the center of pressure, the way that it has changed from about the midpoint of the car back to the rear with that wing, it's a totally different animal, and it's you see the exact same thing in real life. And how great is this to see these LMH cars that would normally never be here because they have not participated in the in IMSA are duking it out as though it was just like another day as part of the package running here on the high banks of Daytona.
So now you've just sat on the fence for that question. Out of all of the cars, yeah, you did. You didn't give me a set answer. Out of all of the hypercars, then, which one would you pick?
It probably wouldn't do me too good, but I still do love the Acura. I had a great time with it when I did run it. I had fun running with George a couple seasons back, so I'd probably go there. And I'd love to run with them, but so many of them have been updated. I'd have to try them all in depth and really squeak the most out of it, probably on a team, before I could come back to you with like a real solid, this is the one.
So many splinters. So many splinters.
So many. That's what I was going to say.
So many splinters, Mr. Smith. It is unbelievable. You got a bum like a porcupine at the moment. There's got him sat on the fence so much. Dahlgren still coming.
He's like he's like a kid at Tom Sawyer book or something, just sitting on the fence.
Yeah. Pin cushion galore there for Mr. Ross Smith, and we couldn't even call him a dartboard. He's had that many.
But Ross, what you said though, that's exactly the appeal of this though, where you talked about earlier about these hypercars that aren't racing in IMSA wouldn't be here, and you can come do this. That's what makes this series so great.
100%, Jim. Yeah, this is what we want to see. This is what the entire idea of convergence gives you, is you have these two different worlds of racing that should be able to play together, and unfortunately because of the way that manufacturer spending has to be and the complications of the real world, we don't get to see that, even though it's right there. It's tantalizingly close. They just aren't there. Toyota was at Daytona, but it was sitting, behind some velvet ropes just for people to look at. Here, it can be on the track, actually banging doors with the rest of these cars like it should.
As it should be. Right.
So, can you tell us then, not which one you would get in, though, Ross, then, if you're not going to do it that way? Can you tell us which one is the strongest, do you think?
That's too tough to call.
More splinters. Here we go, splinters again.
way too tough to call. Let's look at this battle between Max Sunkenlap.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Simon Walker's closed back up on him.
Yeah, let's call it here Ross Smith for Prime Minister or anything there. To tell you what, he avoided the question so much.
He's like Switzerland. He has no opinion. He's not involved.
I like them all.
You did get out, Mr. Ross Smith. However, question for Stacey Scott's game in YouTube. Oi, Ross, have you driven the McLaren yet?
It's a good car. I haven't given it probably the proper shakedown it deserves, but it is a good car. It feels nice for the type of balance that it has. It's a fairly even split. It's probably one that I wouldn't mind trying to take for a season.
There you go. Straight answer. Ross 2028 just put in YouTube chat as well. I agree. Ross for president. Ross for president. He'll never answer a question in his life, but he'll be a president, albeit. Oh, just as you come off that battle, one of the cars has gone round. Max Sunkenlap has gone round. The Gutierrez battle is still looming, but I can tell you what, for Max Sunkenlap, unfortunately, he did make a mistake. He has gone round, and poor old Mac has lost some time there. But this is the Gutierrez. Oh, Dahlgren, careful. Did he come out the other side, Magnus Dahlgren? It did look like he was caught in his own little fight there.
It looked like he was a body slam that Porsche. I don't see him yet.
No, me neither. I don't know where he is. I think he's off to the right, but not quite sure how right he is. He's only 9 tenths back. So there he is. He's still going for him. But we've got a replay on our screen. This is poor old Mac. Comes out of Le Mans, over the curb.
Yep. That's a Porsche.
Yep.
What's it doing, James?
Porsche doing Porsche things, buddy. Porsche doing Porsche things all day. It's almost trying to get a kiss on the bum. So there we go from the Porsche. Dahlgren and Gutierrez still continuing on. This is the battle for first and second. I'm just trying to see what else is close. Herlock's in. Gwilym Banks in. Busenik's in. At the same time, Michael Locke is in pit lane. So a lot of hypercars. Oh, is that Norm Graff again? That was all on his own this time in that Corvette. Oof.
That was
poor old Norm Graff is having somewhat of a stinker. So there we go for Norm, whether or not he's going to carry it on. There we go. We've lost Elko Busenik, and I can tell you probably why.
He's
Busenik
down.
Busenik. I don't know. Either way, he's out. Yeah, he's DNF'd. That's poor old Elko. He's in pit lane and literally did not come back out again. So unfortunately for Elko, his day is done. Now we've got Becky Ely-Clark taking on her married name, or hyphenating her married name. Got married back last year in November, December. Does give a little bit of a posh swirl almost. You always want Dame Becky Ely-Clark on the front of that. And then that will really top her out, wouldn't it, Ross, on that?
I won't say too much.
See where they go? Ross for 28 president.
They are right on the back. Look how close they are with this other battle group here as they're trying to fight their way through. Is that, I think it's...
He redirects like a politician for sure.
I know, look at him.
They're
Look over there. No, look over here. No, look over there. No,
I mean,
they
are having a good battle right there. She is all over him.
Yeah.
She might have the line there.
Ely-Clark going high is going to be able to make it through. Porsche and the Aston Martin side by side. It does look like Ely-Clark has got through Le Mans. Oh, not very comfortable, mind you. Not very comfortable at all there, Jim.
No, she took a ride on those curbs for sure. I mean, those Porsche, as you always say about them doing Porsche things, they do not like that snappy kind of handling where it catching curves like that. If you can drive it smooth, they won't bite you. But if you start getting rough with them, they'll come around on you quick.
Yeah, Hypercars starting to come through. Mayer's in, Poyer's Heath's in, Hutchinson's in, Banks just gone in at the same time. We've got John Mayer in pit lane, Matt Bice in pit lane, Sean Kelly in pit lane. So a lot of people diving in out of the Hypercars at the moment. This is coming into their final stop. They will want to get this car to the end now. And at the moment, Ely-Clark has managed to open up 1.5 seconds over Walker. Next target for her is Mr. David Anderson, who is 13 seconds up the road. So don't forget, from the red flag. That's a question for you though, Ross. You might be able to answer, preferably with an answer. 2 laps down for Ely-Clark going into red flag. How's she going to stand at the end? Are you going to put her 2 laps back?
If she was down, that's a great question for the race admin. I imagine that he probably would, in the interest of fairness, would adjust for that. Swap there. Usually they take the low side, but yeah, I think that she'll probably end up getting those removed. But I can't say that with 100% sure that's going to be the case. But regardless, it's obviously had an impact on her race anyway. She started further in the back. Normally, like as we saw at the beginning, she basically was right up there in the front, and now she's floating back in 7th, a lap down, and she should be much further up. So it's unfortunate to see that. But here's a great shot back in the back of these two ARXs going at it with George Angelides. It looks like he's losing out to Stuart Barge. George has not been comfortable in that Acura throughout this race, and it's really shown as he's now at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, he's unfortunately for Mr. Angelides, he's had somewhat of as a bad one for George. There was an analogy I used the other day, to be fair, that the poor drivers had that bad of a race. It was worse than a fart bomb going off in a train cabin. So it was an absolute stinker. And I think George Angelides has had the same thing here, Ross.
Well, I don't want to take too much out of George on this one, because he did work the entire 24 hours of Daytona, the actual race. He was on the pit wall running for the 93 car, the exact car that he's running right now. He was serving as the head strategist, and then working with the Meyer-Shank team also back and forth to make sure that they were doing what they could. Did a fantastic job. It was the first official race where he served in that role. Did a great job for the team, everything they could after they had that technical issue, or the mechanical issue, and they came back. So George has not had a lot of time to be able to get on it. In fact, he may not have even had a chance to sleep since then. So, the fact that he's showing up is wonderful. It looks like we're going to have another roundy bit. Yep, that's for those curbs coming out of the bus stop. I'm going to call it the bus stop. They're nothing to take lightly, and like you said, with the Porsche getting kind of loaded on one side, it's so easy to lose the back end.
Magnus Dahlgren Yeah, Magnus has got a penalty there.
Oh,
So poor old Magnus Dahlgren, but it's 11th. This 11th and 12th battle is nearly in last in class, bar Sean Kelly, who has just come out of pit road. So George is not going to be best impressed with the way his race has gone here. Unfortunately, Acura ARX over, actually it is Acura ARX of Mr. Barge. Both of them not having great races whatsoever. So unfortunately,
what did George drive last year, Austin?
well, he is the purest of pure when it comes to racing spirit. So he will always run for his favorite team or whichever team he's working for at the time. So if he didn't have a job at Acura or HRC, then he would be running in the Ferrari 499P because he is a tifosi in heart. But because he has to stay true to his work,
Well, that's awesome.
he will not leave that Acura until they pull out of racing altogether. So there you go.
Well, so he's a race engineer then by trade.
Oh yes, he George runs us for Storm Gang. You can see our logos there up at the window banner and down on the right hand side. He runs all of the physics. He sets the cars in sim. He works with John Uyan, who's also out on track. He's a master mechanic. John has been for like the last 20 years, I want to say. Actually, I'm sorry, 40 years of his career. So they both have great insight into mechanical engineering and the way that cars should behave, how their innards work and everything, and brings that into the mod. So it's wonderful to have them on board, just setting these things up.
So we're watching here Magnus serving his penalty for, I guess, speeding in the that he is.
That's a shame.
Oh yeah, he's just falling back.
He's down into sixth at the moment. He was chasing down with Johnny Gutierrez in third place. He's now behind Herlock, Kirby and Michael Locke. And he's got Troy Uyan 12 seconds, 15 seconds in fact, behind him. And that is the problem when you speed in the pit lane. Just must have taken off his pit lane limiter a little bit early for a poor old Dahlgren. And he's got to go once more here to try and get some of these positions back. And the first one for Magnus up the road, Michael Locke, but he's 12.5 seconds up the road in that Crown Dental Group Peugeot 9X8. Going to be a tough overhaul there, Ross, with 28 minutes to go.
Yeah, Crown Dental, though, I mean, they're a strong team. Gutierrez is actually coming into Hypercar from GT himself, and he's having just as good of a run as the Bice brothers were, as you see him up there in second place. We'll see if he has anything to give Mike Bell and Daniel Herlock there, who are also right around him, sandwiching him in with the Smile Power Motorsport guys.
Well, we'll see what happens here with Dahlgren, see whether or not how far he's actually going to get. Bell out the front, you see it there with Gutierrez and Dan Herlock. Hypercar AMS is John Mayer, Eric Monet, and also Benjamin Porteous Heath, the Curie Mistral team, 1 and 2 at the moment, which is great to see. George Angelidis down there. Look at Carl Shaw, Sean Kelly not having a good one whatsoever. They've ended up dropping back in the GT Freeze, which is where it will go next when Paul beats the guinea pig. There we go. JT Tammy out in front with Davidson in second place. Alan Holden, Bradley Sellers, William Schlichting in fifth. That's your top five. Busicom, not really seen much of him, with Becky Healy Clark in seventh. Walker, Sumberlap and Norgraf round out the top 10. There's Ryan Paulbert Reyes was leading a little bit earlier on, has had a little bit of drama. Busick, DNF, Dawn, Maya, Pullen and Kalaranakis out in the GT Freeze. In the AMS, David Anderson out in front with Stephen Miller sitting in second and Eugene Mazur in third. Then you've got Adam Gray fourth. We've already lost Alexander McQuarrie and Craig Pullen. So unfortunately, only 4 people fighting it out in that GT3 field currently at the moment. But look, we've still got 26 minutes of racing to go here, Jim. What are we expecting to happen?
Well, at this point, obviously Mike Bell's got a pretty comfortable lead out there. If Gutierrez is going to probably have to look for him to make a mistake to catch him, and he's got his own troubles behind him. With Herlock is not that far behind him, And so, it's gonna be interesting to see in that class. And obviously in the AMs, you got the front two cars and the hypercar AMs that are kind of out there on their own. Oh my goodness, we got around here.
Gilles along there, unfortunately for him, having his own little moment there, and has gone round for Gilles. So not good there at all as we get on board with Mike Bell going through Le Mans, doing a great job. No real dramas whatsoever. The battles seem to have settled down here. This is the Écurie Mistral team of Mayer and Monet. To be honest, though, Ross, is an idea of teammates. You're not going to really want to worry about that one, as the Écurie Mistral team are not going to be looking to have a fight here, Jim. And I think at the end of the day, they just want to open up the gap.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if team orders are, they get to fight it out, or they have some set routine as to what would happen in this situation. They certainly got a big enough gap that if they want to battle each other, they can, and probably not any danger of getting caught. But certainly don't want to make a mistake there.
I think that's the thing as teammates, isn't it? You need to be careful. You're free to fight, but then if you're free to fight and take each other out, that gap they have got could go completely out the window for John Mayer and Eric Monet. They're 18 seconds nearly in front of people, and the last thing they really want to do is end up taking each other away. I can tell you now, Sarah Eimer and Gilles Lalonde are not too far apart. It's a battle of the X8s further up in the pros. That's 13th and 14th going side by side. But for Mayer and Monet, I don't think a lot's going to change, and they're going to stay as they are. I'd be very, very surprised until the last couple of laps here, I think, for them to actually start fighting it out, because that's where I think most of the battles are going to happen. I don't think teammates should be fighting with 26 minutes to go, Jim.
No, absolutely. But it'll be fun to watch it when it comes to the last lap if we let them go. That'll be really fun to watch.
Yeah, we've just lost Toy Uyan. Stamina to see if we can find what happened to him. Yeah, I think that was just a disconnect, because he's just gone. He literally stopped in the middle of the straight down into the chicane, and then unfortunately, it's just unfortunately for Troy, back into pit lane. Gutierrez running in second, 2.9 seconds ahead of Herlock, who's trying to come at him. There is Dan Herlock. Still got Mayer and Monet from the Écurie Mistrals, who's not really going to be battling away here, Ross. We were just talking about the Écurie Mistral boys. Are they going to really be fighting with 23 minutes to go, or are they going to save it for the final lap?
Well, it looks like Eric just tucked in, so they probably will be separated now. But knowing how this team played it last year, I think that they're going to give each other room if they do end up together coming to the end. So it's not going to be quite the slugfest that you saw with the Porsches at the real 24, just heading into the last little bit before Meyer Shank was able to kind of sneak in there and break that two up. But certainly if they find themselves just like they were a moment ago, it's going to be a little up the road there. That was a little bit tricky with the dog leg. They're going to give each other some room. And maybe it's a little bit trickier. Oh, no. That looked like it was going to get really dicey there with the AMG. I got to point out that livery there. I'm not sure if that's Boseckham that's in that car. Can't see the number from here, but he's. I know you said there wasn't too much coming from him, but he's been able to hold on and certainly help out the team. That was getting a little bit dicey there with the hypercar traffic.
John Mayer there, Benjamin Poitiers now in second place.
So something I want to point out real quick. I've been sitting here watching the timing tower where y'all were going over that, and Johnny Gutierrez has cut almost 3 seconds off Mike Bell's lead just in the short time since I talked about them, a couple of minutes ago. And now Gutierrez is down to 6 seconds behind, and he was over 9 seconds. So either Bell is taking it easy, maybe trying to make it on fuel, or I don't know what's going on, but certainly Johnny is closing that gap up fast. That might be something to watch in the next few laps.
Yeah, Gutierrez closing in. Herlock also closing in the gap, 3.3 for Herlock. Could we end up seeing all three of these get together towards the last 5 minutes? That will be spectacular. James Walker with Max Laps as the battle for 8th and 9th in class. We'll see what happens. Edie Clark is up the road, but for James and Mac, they are literally 1.2 seconds away from each other. And now it's gone down to 1.1, give or take. Is it going to keep dropping here on that back run? Mike Bell has to be trying to save some energy fuel, I believe. I think you are right, Stace, because it's come down to 5 now. So that's another second off the time. But Walker here with Sunderlap in 8th and 9th. They all seem to be settling in here, Ross. So they just fully on working, make sure they're sticking to the strategy?
I don't want to try and guess too much on that, James, because we've seen some of these drivers, like for instance Bell, and that gap between him and Gutierrez. It might be a fuel save. I really do believe that all the hypercars are probably going to need to come in just one more time to top it off, and maybe even a couple of GTs that played it wrong. But the strategy is going to be really mixed up right now, especially since we had the red flag period. And that's going to throw a lot of stuff off if we go to replay here and see what happened just a moment ago.
Struhl, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's another one. He's had a poor old rough one. Carl Struhl. Not good, unfortunately, for him. But back to Walker and Sunderlap. Walker's now closed in, right in behind. Sunderlap in the 9 machine. In the green car, or green and grey we should say, and that is Mr. Anderson in the leader of the GT3 AMS. Is he going to really want to fight here, Jim, AM and Pro, or is he probably going to want to just try and avoid this situation?
I would think avoid. You know, if you're this close to taking care of your business in your class, I don't think you get mixed up and get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, I think I'd probably looking to avoid that situation as best as he possibly can. But Sunderlap now in front of Walker, Anderson in front of them. Is Anderson going to really want to fight here, Ross, or do you think he wants to preserve his GT3 AM lead?
Well, I think he's going to do everything he can to preserve that lead. And watching the timing on this one, just like Jim brought up with Gutierrez, Miller has also taken a chunk out of Anderson's lead. It was sitting around like 8 or 9 seconds, and it has been slowly dwindling. Some of that might be traffic here, but some of it might just be pace. Tires might be falling off a little bit more. I know that Stephen Miller has been doing quite a bit to hold onto that car and really work kind of like the long form setup. So we'll see if that continues to shrink up. Maybe David comes into a little bit more traffic. Maybe his tires just keep falling off more and more. But that's definitely one gap to keep an eye on as we come in just on about 18 minutes left to go.
Yeah, he's at the front here, Anderson. And
Oh,
no! Was that George?
No, that was the other one, Stuart Barge, I think.
No. No. Oh,
And here it comes.
Oh, it was Stuart Barge. Barge did cause that drama, unfortunately, for Mac. Oh, poor old Mac. He's just got himself back up there after taking a little bit of an incident. And now he's all the way back behind James Walker again. And he's got Stephen Miller breathing down.
Looked like Stewart missed his point and locked up some brakes there. Sorry, James. I didn't cut you off.
Yeah. Max Sunderlap there, unfortunately, is going to have to re-go once more. Barge has got 5.8. Sorry, George, I didn't mean to blame you on that one, but it did. I thought it was your car. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's had a bit of a shocker, isn't he, unfortunately? But no, it was Stuart Barge. He just went in way too hot and clipped Sunderlap, who nearly hit Anderson, funny enough. And around he go. Anderson just managed to stay out of that one, Ross. And we were just talking about that lead from Anderson. Now he wants to try and stay out of trouble. And Stuart Barge, he copped him in it.
Yeah, although it didn't seem to hurt him too much. I'm wondering if maybe some of that dust up actually delayed Miller because that gap opened back up to about 8 seconds. So I think that actually was a bit of a gift as much as it looked like it might not have been for David there.
Yeah, he did manage to open up that gap back to Stephen Miller by about 8 seconds, 16 minutes on the clock. And at the moment, everything seems to be a little bit settled down in class. No real battles taking shape. Anderson still leading the Hypercar, the LMGT3 AMS. Tammy leading the GT3 Pros. Meyer in the Hypercar AMS, and Bell still out in front by 4.3. The gap to Gutierrez has come down. I think one of the things we will have to look out for is that Herlock Gutierrez has got for 3.3 here, Jim, down at 1.9.
Yeah, that one's kind of fluctuated back and forth. And it's never gotten closer than about 1.5 during this whole stretch here. But Gutierrez had pulled away from him at one point. But Gutierrez is down to 4 seconds behind Bell now. So he's definitely closing that gap up, whether that's Bell saving or not. I'll tell you what, if there's going to be another pit stop here for a splash and go, this is going to get real interesting.
Yeah, Gutierrez 3.6, 3.7, Herlock 1.9. That's probably going to be where the closest action's going to be over the next 15 minutes. I expect that one to keep coming down. 3.4, 2.2 is jiggling around a little bit at the moment. And unfortunately, it's not staying in one direction, Mr. Smith. It seems to be up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of struggling with their cars right now. A lot of drivers double stinting tires, and you're seeing a lot of that start to take place here at the end where they have to deal with balance shifting cars and those tires just being excessively hot. They're going to be coming into the pits here probably within the next few laps. It depends on strategy, but you're going to see those hypercars. They're going to start doing those splash and dashes here any moment.
Yeah, I can tell you now, Sean Kelly is absolutely just put himself in the wall at Le Mans. Oliver Day has just put himself round at turn number 6. Gilles Lalonde and Sarema are in 12th and 13th. They're continuing to have an X8 Evil battle. Now down to 2.4, 2.6, 2.7. And unfortunately, it does look like Sarema's got a little bit caught up. Watch this. He goes round, nearly takes out I think that's one of the Uans, and then bang, straight into the wall sideways. And that first Sean Kelly into the wall. Nice little slow-mo action. But yeah, Gilles still fighting it out there. And unfortunately, well, he's lost a little bit. Oh, he's gained a little bit of time, sorry, over Alexander. His time's now out at 3 seconds. Olive Day still running up front. Mike Bell 2.93, teaming on 3 seconds. What do we think, Jim? We've got 30 minutes to go. Are we going to get this end battle?
Yes, I don't see us not having it. He is closing the gap unless Mike Bell's just holding back. And it's going to be a 3-car battle here. This is
yeah, we're gonna see.
So I always wondered watching these races why all of a sudden the announcers, the commentators would just start laughing for no reason. I think I've learned now why that happens. It's unfortunate that people can't listen to the behind the scenes because it's quite humorous sometimes.
Yeah, that's exactly why we call him the bug in our ear hole who does start affecting what is going on. But great action here. Ross, what do we think? Is it going to come together all of a sudden?
Well, it has come together. Herlock is there. He's closed that gap down. I think Johnny might have lost some speed going in through traffic, but Herlock has closed right up, and he's looking ravenous to try and make this a 1-2 for Smile Power. Gutierrez is going to do everything he can to hold him back, but Herlock looks very strong coming in this last segment. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
I'll tell you what he did. He got into the back of Gutierrez just the slightest little bit, and the gap back to Bell opened up to over 4 seconds. I'm not saying that was a teammate move or anything, but it certainly took Gutierrez off the prowl. Now he's watching what's going on behind him as much as he is trying to catch Bell at this point.
Book of BMW.
I mean, I'm not going to say that that's what happened, but, you know, because there was some traffic there. I mean, he could have legitimately just bumped into him there. But either way, it certainly served Mike Bell well to the tune of about 2 seconds.
11 minutes to go. Yep, they're fighting for it now.
Yeah, this is, I think it's going to turn into a two-car battle for second here more than I think, you know, first place is not going to maybe be as much of a challenge if Herlock can stay on Gutierrez like this.
Suddenly we've got fights all up and down. It looks like, as we saw there a moment ago, George Angelidis getting attacked by Oliver Day, who is now just taking the position away from him. That was for, I believe, it was 9th in Hypercar AM. And then further up here, we've got Johnny Gutierrez still holding up. We saw some dirt kick up in the foreground. Some of those leading cars that they're about to come up on, I believe some GT traffic. Herlock has backed off that gap just slightly, but I think he's going to close it back down here. I really do believe we're going to run into a situation where we're going to get some splash and dash coming up on the 10-minute mark right at the end of this. Is it's very close racing between one of the Smile Power cars. It looks like, yep, that's a lot of scattering here. Not sure what's going on, but a lot of cars bailing out right at the last minute and having to slow down to avoid this is calamity here as we're going through the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, Gutierrez is literally climbing on Herlock. Herlock, sorry, is literally climbing on Gutierrez, and I do mean literally on him. There they are in the background. You can see them high on the banking, almost making contact. Through they go. Now going to go through the middle of the GTs. They are literally going to filter in. Herlock coming into turn number 1. He's on the outside. Gutierrez on the inside. X8. Is it going to be the X8? Is it going to be the Cadillac? At the moment, the X8 looks like it's just managed to do it from Gutierrez, but that, Jim, was very, very close.
Yes, well, I have to say, I think that Herlock let him slide in on that straightaway with that GT3 car there, because he backed off just enough to let him in so that there wouldn't be a big one there. I really believe that. If we were to go back and look at that, which I know we can't, but I believe he did. But yeah, he's all over. But the funny thing is, they're still closing in on Mike Bell, both of them.
2.7 now for Bell's lead. Herlock and Gutierrez need to really kind of stop. They could probably end up getting Bell. Last time out, Bell did a 35.9. These guys did a 35.2 for Gutierrez, 34.9 for Herlock. So it was almost 1 second quicker than Bell. Do we think Bell's fuel saving, Mr. Smith? Do we think that's the issue?
I think he is, at least to some degree. And unless he's really tortured his tires, man, look at this replay here as we're coming around.
See, he was,
that was a squeeze.
So close. Yeah, I don't know. That was tight, but that was exciting. I tell you, that was really exciting right there.
Yeah, and then they switched a little bit up. It's all got a little bit wrong there at the moment. And we will get back to live pictures. They're still going at each other. Gutierrez and Herlock still running down side by side into turn 1. Herlock's going to persist. That was almost an X8 in the wall. An X8 contact with Herlock coming out, now running down into the International Horseshoe. He's going to have a go here. Herlock tries to stay with him. They've got back markers in front. How much of this is going to pay? But it's the 9X8 of Johnny Gutierrez. Smile Power Racing Cadillac and Dan Herlock. And these guys are still closing in on the leaders. 2.6 seconds coming into that Western Horseshoe, Ross. They're going to close in. It's 2.4 now. And at the moment, Ross, these guys are going to could be in for a freeway going into the front.
Yeah, you're seeing him come into frame now. So the Johnny Gutierrez is licking his chops. He's fighting on two fronts basically because he's trying to close Bell down. He can see him right there. I don't know where Johnny's going to have to make his way into the pits if he even has to. I think he should, but I mean we're up on 7 minutes, and we don't see any of them going in yet. That surprises me. But we're going to see if it comes down to maybe the final lap where drivers just said like, oh, I didn't quite save enough to make it to the end, and they're going to have to dive down pit road. You really hate it for that because you want to see these battles play out right to the end. But now we're coming up on 2.2 seconds, it looks like, a little bit more. They're just going to keep closing this down. They're going to keep crossing swords with one another. Look, here we go again.
Side by side, Herlock once more going down into turn one. He looks like he's ahead.
Oh, he got him.
He did it. He drops his nose straight off, closed the door on the exit.
Oh, yeah.
Is he going to be able to make it through here for Dan Herlock? He manages to hold on. Gutierrez is now going to go. Gutierrez going to use this GT3 traffic. Herlock's dived up the inside. The GT3 just got pushed out of the way. I believe that's Alan Holden in there in third place. So now they're going to have to keep going once more. There's hypercars in front of them. Gutierrez has now got to come back at him here. This is the situation, I think, for Gutierrez. He's got to stay with him coming through turn 6 to get the run out of turn 7. And at the moment, is he going to be able to make it through? There's a penalty, I believe, for David Anderson leading the hypercar in the GT3 AMS. The X8 now off the banking. Looks like he's going to try and pull it back down. Get a run under draft down into Le Mans, and I think at the moment, free temps, 3-3-3-2. It is coming down, Jim, but is it coming down fast enough?
Yeah, I think it's coming down fast enough. I think that they're going to... just the thought that there could be splash and dashes in here with 5 minutes to go like this, at this point, I hope that you saved enough and you stay in there. At this point, I think your window is about to close on whether or not you can pit here or not. I mean, at this point, you gotta hope you saved enough. Boy, that's weird. He's wiggling that car like he's out of gas, but he didn't make a dive for pit road.
No, I don't think Gutierrez is. I think he was trying to position it and put him off going into one. Look. Still there, still in front. We're just getting final confirmation of Anderson's penalty. Say that again, please. We're just trying to find out, but Anderson has got a penalty. He is silly, apparently. That's the only words I'm getting off race control with my off our producer in my ear roll. And it does look like, I think Anderson's, well, he was hit off. And then is he going to rejoin on the other side? Probably, because I wouldn't have turned around either, to be honest. I think it's probably going to be easier. Yeah, go on, son. Have a go. There we go. There we go. Unfortunately, that's what Anderson got a penalty for. But to be fair, any one of us would have probably done that. Now these two continue. 2 attempts. Gutierrez sitting in behind that Acura. I believe that is Barge, I think, on this one. Now Gutierrez has got nowhere to go. He's used the Acura like a draft machine. Pulled him right in behind Herlock again. 3 seconds, 3.1 out in front. I think Bell's going to have the Hypercar Pro class here. But the Acura, the Gutierrez, and also Smile Power's own Cadillac of Dan Herlock is going to continue to buy 5 temps. I think Herlock might hold on to this one. Russ, why are you so sure these guys have got to come and do a splash and dash?
Well, I'm not, but I was really anticipating that they probably would, especially for as aggressive in the lap times they're putting in. It seemed like they weren't going to quite make it to the end. And we often have races like this where drivers will set up and they'll push extra hard, and then they find, oh, I'm just going to be short by maybe 1/10 of a liter coming into it. So, oh boy, and this traffic is going to make it very exciting. I think Gutierrez is going to look right back to try and get by him. I don't think he's going to be able to catch Bell at this rate, but if he can get back at Herlock and just sneak by him at the line, that's going to be a great finish for him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They're within 1.5 seconds of Bell right now.
We're going to find out whether or not they're going to close the gap up. Gutierrez getting a slide on coming through 7. Herlock also having an issue at the same time here. Here we go. It looks like Dahlgren's gone and DNF'd. Magnus Dahlgren has DNF'd. He has gone off, and unfortunately it might just be a straight disconnect. I can't see anything why he's had a problem. Gutierrez now with Herlock. Herlock's going in. He's got to go in. There's a hypercar that's going to pull him here. You can see that's Bell in front of them.
That's it.
That is Bell is front. This 1 second is coming down. There's Bell just up the road. You can see on your screen, Bell is just literally in front of this hypercar that we're going past now. Has Gutierrez going to miss out because he is not close enough to Herlock? Herlock's used that hypercar, the X8 trying to get there, but I don't think he is. I think it's going to be between Bell and Herlock. I think they're going to be one-on-one more. They're just about to make this. But this looks like a Smile Power 1-2 with a 9X8 of Gutierrez sitting in third. And at the moment, that gap at the moment here, Jim, has plummeted down to the leader. Bell now there.
Yeah, that Alpine that pulled Herlock along there was a huge advantage for him right there. That separated him and Gutierrez enough, and it kept Gutierrez's run down. I believe that that might have locked up the 1-2, barring a fuel situation or something like that. That was just fantastic timing on their part to catch that car at the right time like that.
Yeah, well, here we go now. It's going to be a three-car fight for the lead of the Hypercar Pros. We've been going for what seems like forever. I think we've hit about 3.5 hours on the broadcast, and it's all come down to the final lap. It's all come down to the next 50 seconds. Johnny Gutierrez, he needs these guys to push for one more lap, because I think Mike Bell could be in trouble if it goes one more. I think he really could be under the cosh, because he has brought that gap down 37 seconds. We get out the way, everyone. Here they come through now. Gutierrez is underneath him. That is Herlock. He's got to go high with Herlock. And now he's got to pull into Bell here once more. We've got 20 seconds on the clock. Are they going to make this? I think this might be one more lap. One more lap. He's going to come under the line. Bell did not need this. He was hoping he would be able to back off. Herlock's not going to get there. Bell's going to get there. Gutierrez going to try and go around the outside. Ladies and gentlemen, for the final lap of the race, hold on to your hats, because it is going to go off hotter than a Vindaloo coming out of, well, the morning after. Let's just put it that way. Bell, Herlock, Gutierrez, 1, 2, 3, separated by literally 0.4 of a second. We've got hypercars in the way. We've got traffic in the way. Through the kink we're going to go. We're going to stay with this battle for the final minute and a little bit. Down Herlock, Bell, Gutierrez, timer is up. This is it. They're all going to now have this one opportunity. Bells can't jump in. Herlock almost made the move. It's going to be the run onto the NASCAR cars through 7. Gutierrez has got it wrong. It's now should be between Herlock, unless Gutierrez can close up rather quickly in that X8. He's flashing frantically. Bell's going to be under the cosh, but I do wonder whether or not that little bit of traffic that just might have saved him coming into the bus stop for the final time. Bell's in
traffic.
front. Herlock's in second. There's traffic there as well. I think that's Angelidis or Barge. One of them. I'm being polite. Please remove yourself, because you're going to give it to the leader, who's going to sit there and thank you all day. He will come round your house. He will wrap your Christmas presents and decorate it all at the same time if you keep giving him that. In fact, he's gone off. Oh, he's gone off. It's going to be a run down to the line. Bell's going to be in front. Herlock's going to be alongside. He's holding on. It's going to be Herlock.
Naked it.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I know we still got races going on back behind us, but holy cow, that was amazing.
Herlock got it by 0.19, I think, of a second. Oh. Bell was holding on literally there, Jim.
That was great. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that the Acura got down on the bottom there, and I think scared Gutierrez out of the picture, but holy cow.
Yeah, I think that Acura, I think that we can agree that Acura did put the frighteners up Gutierrez there, Ross, because that's where he lost the most time, when that Acura was hanging around on the inside.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly why that happened the way it was. It looked like George thought that he was going to cut him off more than was going to be reasonable, and just kind of pulled down a little bit. Man, what a finish! Like less than 0.2 of a second between. Not even. I think it might have been 0.02 of a second coming to the line. But great job by those guys. That's a great win for Smile Power. Certainly taking advantage of CMS Pros. We see John Mayer coming across the line for the Mistrals, and his teammate Moynier, and we're going to have JT Tammy here, who's going to take the win for GT3.
There he is, John Mayer winning the Hypercar AMS, JT Tammy taking the GT3s, and then behind that it was Stephen Miller in the end over Brad Anderson, because Anderson had that penalty, taking the win in the GT3 AMS. I have got JT Tammy finished. It's just Max Somfenlap who apparently has not finished this race, and he's on his way through Le Mans. So great win for JT Tammy in class. Great win for Stephen Miller. Brad Anderson had that one wrapped up there, but unfortunately, Jim, due to making, as Paul put it, a silly mistake, he ended up losing the win in the GT3 AMS.
I mean, I get that was a penalty. The way that happened, though, I don't know. I'd be upset if I was Anderson, the way that went down. But, you can raise a complaint, later. But I don't know. That was a bad situation. But I tell you what, that finish.
Results are on your screen. Dan Herlock in first place, Mike Bell in second, Johnny Gutierrez in third. It's a shame we can't get the times, because that was literally barely a tenth between them all. Dan Kirby in fourth, Michael Locke in fifth, with Timon Suvic in sixth, John Uyan in seventh, Robert Molin in eighth, Alexander Schultz in ninth, and Wouter de Bruyne in 10th place. Gilles Lalonde in 11th, and Alexander Sarima in 12th place. Dahlgren DNF'd at the end. Troy Uyan, well, he only completed 75 laps. He disconnected to come back. Kesby DNF'd, Scar Pope DNF'd, and Cameron Barker DNF'd there as well. In the Hypercar AMS, John Mayer takes the victory over Benjamin Porteous-Heath for Gullenbeck in third. Mike Boos and Matthew Bice in fourth and fifth. Wayne Hutchinson, Eric Monet, Oliver Day, George Angelidis, Philip Ducati, 9th and 10th. I think George had a big panic on at the end. Stu Barge in 11th, Cole Struhl, Sean Kelly, both of them had rotten races, with Vinicius Concalves, the DNF, in there. Going into the GT3s, it's JT Tammy, your winner, over David Jean, with Alan Holden in third. Bradley Sellers in fourth, then William Schlittling finds himself down in fifth. Brian Van Bruscum in sixth, Becky Ely Clark in seventh, recovered. We'll have to see what the stewards make of the situation with the 2 laps down. James Walker, Ryan Paulbert Reyes, and Norm Graff round out the top 10. Max Umberlap in 11th, had a spin, came back, got spun again, and ended up down the back end of the field. Poor old Max, not a good one for him. Elko Bussink in 12th, and Micah Doohan 13th, Maya Pullen and Kataranakis all DNF'd. So not good for them. Miller comes out. Stephen Miller is your winner in the GT3 AMS. David Anderson finished second in the end. I had him down in third there. That was a bit weird. Eugene Mazur finished in, well, they're tied second. Huh? Adam Gray in fourth, Alexander McQuarrie and Craig Pullen DNF. Ross tied second. Any ideas?
Not really sure on that one. I don't think that's actually what would have taken place there, because typically they would have to be dead even right at the line. So I think that just might be a
I've got Mazur first, and then I've got Mazur second, and then Anderson. But there you go.
And that would be how it should be.
Yeah, I think that's how it is. So somehow they finished enjoying it. Not quite sure what goes on there. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the interviews. We're going to have a chat to some of the drivers this time around. And let's start it off. We'll go start with GT3 AMS and one Mr. Stephen Miller. Well, Stephen, welcome into the booth there, sir. It was looking a little bit dodgy with David Anderson out in front with a big gap. One mistake, one penalty, and you end up coming through to take the win.
Oh, thank you. I really feel sorry for David. He was really, we were kind of tracking each other for the first half of the race, and then at the pit stop, he jumped me just like he did on Thursday night, and then he started to pull away. So I don't know what he was doing for the rest of the race, the first part of the race. I think he was just biding his time, but stuff happens in endurance racing, and sometimes you get lucky. So for the Speed Details car, that's 3 Daytona 2.4s in a row in the AM class.
What more could you ask for, Stephen?
Not much today.
No, not much at all. How was it out there with traffic? Because it did look a little bit manic at times.
It was. There were a couple of hypers that were very doing weird. They were doing weird things.
Should we just say they were being very hyper? That worked.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. There was a little bit of weaving going on and cutting in, and you don't know what it's like in a GT3 when you're getting passed, when you got a GT3 beside you and you're getting passed by two hypers on both sides of the two GT3s
Scary?
on the front straight.
I'll say it was scary, Stephen.
Yes, there were some scary bits, but you just got to hang on and all that lap practice pays off, because you kind of, when you're busy paying attention to something else, your hands and your feet and remember where you are and what you should be doing, and so that's pretty helpful. I have arthritis in my thumb, so my hands are really aching right now.
So it wasn't pulling out a single hand gesture out the window then, Stephen, when you were caught in the middle?
No, I was hanging onto the wheel.
Oh, okay, bud. All right. Well done, Stephen, for taking the opening win in the GT3 AMS. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Well, just up to George and all the guys who put this together and make it possible for us to participate and have a competitive place to race and have 4 classes of really important drivers that are competing together for their wins in their respective classes. That's the part that I really like about this, is that we have 4 races within one event, and you have lots of opportunities to participate and improve and get better as you go along. So thank you.
Well done on that one, Stephen. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you on the 22nd of February up in Qatar.
And thank you guys for your great broadcasts.
No problem at all. Much appreciated. Take care.
Okay.
Next up, we'll go in to the GT3 Pros. Mr. Arrive and Drive himself, JT Tammy. JT, welcome in. How are you?
Oh, I'm wiped.
Mate, that was a long one. That's a really a long one. You know, we've been going for 4 hours or so.
So much for the PG.
Yeah, and we've only just got into the end. How was it out there for you?
Not too bad. Just trying to stay out of trouble and staying consistent. That was it.
Yeah, well, we've had Stephen come in, and he said a couple of the hypercars were a little bit hyper on their overtaking. How were they out there for you?
Yeah, it's just a couple of drivers. You learn real quick who are the clean ones and who you really have to keep an eye on and be cautious. But overall, it was pretty good. I was pretty happy with how patient most of them were into like the bus stop and stuff like that. So hopefully that will continue throughout the season. That'd be nice.
Well, that would be nice, and we'll see how it goes and whether or not they will on that one. JT, going to 100 minutes of Qatar next time out on the 22nd of February. What do we think of Qatar? Is it going to be okay? Will it be another JT Tammy win?
I'm hoping so. I really enjoyed Qatar last season. Did very well there. So hopefully I can do the same thing this year. I think we might have a slightly different track, but hopefully it's going to be the same kind of race strategy, just taking it easy and managing.
All right, JT. Well, thanks so much for joining us there, bud. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
You guys for sticking around and doing this broadcast. CMS for running this league, especially, George basically spending so much time. Ross, everybody with Storm Gang putting in way too many hours into the early mornings, just trying to get this thing ready to go for us to play with. And when we're having the server issues, it was fantastic. You really can't ask for more.
JT, well, thanks so much for joining us there, bud, and we'll see you in a few weeks at Qatar.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is your Hypercar AM winner, Mr. John Mayer. It was a 1-2 at one point for a Curie Mistral, and then John went and led it and took the win here as well at Daytona. John, welcome in.
Well, thank you.
No problem. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm exhausted, but
I feel your pain. I do fully understand that, John. I can fully understand why you feel tired out there. How was it in the hypercars, in the AMS, being in that sort of middle category where you sort of got your head on a bit of a swivel because you've got the faster guys coming through from the hypercar pros? You're trying to get past all the GT3s across AMS and pros. It's a bit tough, isn't it, being an AM driver in the hypercars?
It is, yeah. And I'm in VR and I don't have a relative HUD, so I can't have I just have the list of names of the guys I'm racing against, but not who's around me. And so it's hard to tell who's who sometimes. But that's okay. We just, as you said, with VR, I can keep my head on the swivel and keep out of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. And you definitely did that one, dear sir, and took over the win. Off to Qatar next time. John, what do we think? How are you going to get on there?
Good, I think. We did all right last year with it. And I think we'll that track suits our car pretty good. So I'm looking forward to it.
John, what's your favorite circuit coming up this season?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Probably Laguna Seca. Or are we doing that one? No, we don't do that one in this.
No, don't do that one. Shh, John, shh. Nobody heard that. Carry on.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I enjoy them all.
You enjoy them all?
I don't like the short ones, the real short, tight ones. I like the longer ones.
So the 4.8 hours of Le Mans is going to suit you right down to the ground then?
You betcha.
Well done, John.
Teamwork, and away we go.
Oh, yeah, well, thanks so much for joining us there, bud. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
Poor old Jerry didn't run today because he's sick as a dog. So that's why he's not out today. And otherwise, everybody have a good day.
And you, man, take care.
Thanks.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to speak to your Hypercar Pro winner. It came down to the final lap, the final run to the line, and finished 0.019 or something ridiculously small as he went over and he sniped the win from his teammate, one Mr. Dan Herlock. Dan, welcome in, bud.
Cheers, mate.
You
pretty intense.
Yeah, you little thief, you grabbed him on the line.
I know. I apologized as I was doing it, so you know.
Sorry, mate.
Sorry, but I just want to win.
Talk about an insult to injury. Wow.
Yeah, you could just, you didn't want to slow down even a little bit because he had led for a lot of the race.
Yeah, yes. Ever since my mistake in the pit lane where I got some wheel spin and sped slightly, because since then he was pretty much leading the way or very close to. So he's done a very good race. It was just he got a little unlucky with George in the chicane just before, allowing me that extra slipstream to get to the run.
Yeah, I think George found himself caught between a rock and a hard place there, mate, to be blatantly honest.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
You know what I mean? I think if he'd gotten high, Gutierrez was trying to come alongside you, and if he'd stayed where he is, we saw he ended up going off, and poor old Gutierrez had a bit of a brown moment where he backed away a little bit, and that allowed you and Bell to run down to the line. But listen, great start to the race, and it was a very, very tough and very, very long one. Let's hope going into Qatar in a couple of weeks is not quite as long as this one.
Yeah, it's safe to say I'm a bit more tired from this race than I normally would be, but props to the team to, get it running again. No problems this time round.
For the 4 hours. Yeah, we've been live for 4 hours and 7 minutes, mate. I tried to think what it's been like for you in the car.
It's not been brilliant, but you just plod through it. Not everyone can. I know Oliver Newman had to go early because he has work and commitments in the morning, obviously. But so most of the grid could stick it out and still provide with a somewhat chaotic but quite exciting race.
Oh, mate, it was absolutely manic. There was stuff going on all over the place, to be honest. Dan, final question for me. What's favourite track of the season?
Ooh, Imola.
Ooh.
I love the flow of an Imola circuit.
Ooh. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. That's fine. John Mayers was Le Mans. He said the longer the better. So there we go. You know what I mean? But thank you so much, Dan, for joining us. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go, bud?
Just the team. Sorry to Mike. But it's...
You got to be selfish, right?
I got it. If I want to challenge for the championship, I got to do that. So, yeah.
Oh, right, actually, talking about that, just before you go, what is your view on the Kirby incident?
I was holding my wheel straight. I didn't move to the side, so I'm not going to say he was out of line, but it was a bit unnecessary for 2 hours left.
Do you reckon that's a steward's inquiry then?
We'll see.
All right,
I'm not going to do it, but if he does, then so be it.
All right. Finish off your shout-outs, mate. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, no worries. Just the guys in the Discord, everyone working hard, Mr. Ross Smith on this mod, and the others. So everyone in the broadcast booth doing a good job as well, despite the long 4 hours. So that's it.
Yeah, I wouldn't watch the first two of the broadcast, mate. It was like a broadcast team podcast, to be blatantly honest. But there we go. All right, Bob, you take care, Dan. Thanks so much for joining us, mate, and I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Cheers, guys.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is all of your interviewees here. Let's start with Ross. Ross, give us your breakdown of the race. What do you reckon?
Well, obviously, it was a bit marred from the red flag incident towards the start. We certainly didn't get as many drivers in as we wanted to, just because it was quite full, and it's unfortunate. I know everybody here really wanted to see as many people who are participating be able to get in there and go. So a little bit unfortunate there. I hope that they can understand that we were just doing everything that we could to make sure that all were in, but fortunately we were blessed that most of the race went off without any kind of hitches or issues. We had a couple disconnects, but we at least got some really good racing, and we had an incredibly exciting finish at the end and a great demonstration of what really good racecraft and really good modding work can do when they come together. So overall, I'd say it was great success, and I can't wait to look to the next one.
Well, looking forward to that. Jim, give us your rundown on that one.
I mean, brilliant. That's all you could ask for, man. Battles all over the field the entire time. The red flag incidents started off slow, but we all forgot about that once the racing got going. Good finish. Incredible finish. Teammate taking it away from each other. That was everything you could ask for. I don't know what else you could want in a race other than that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to bring it to the end. Thank you to everybody that's joined us in YouTube chat. There's been a lot of messages going through, so much appreciated to all of us up here in the booth. Don't forget, if you are on CMS or if you're on JBB, don't forget to like, subscribe, turn on the bells, because that would be absolutely amazing. We've got more racing coming up. Don't forget, guys, Qatar, 22nd of February. So join us for that one. But I've been James Parfitt. I've been alongside Ross Smith. I've been alongside Jim Cunningham. I've had the bug in my ear all night, and I missed Paul Glover. But as always, take care. Have a great week. And you never know, we might see you on the track sometime. Good night.